a good reason to go live. First of all, the price section. Second, after the video that I posted this morning, I immediately found some stuff which didn't look too great. So I also want to talk about that specifically. How you doing, YouTube? What's up, what's up, what's up? Lucas already walking for 12 minutes. You knew. Lucas knew. What's he? Good morning. Chaotic Speculator, how you doing? Thumbs up police is coming, guys. What's up, Robot? Dealy Crypto, how you doing? Vitor Montero, good morning from Portugal. Oh, there you go. The sunny side of Europe. Bruno Castro, welcome. Mike, what's up? Bitcoin looking weak. Yes, and that's what we're going to talk about. We did not have any proof of support locally. And also this range is 19 times longer than the move up, which is not great. And that is something that I noticed right after the video, which immediately changed the probabilities, which, you know, video was already online. So I could only post it really in the silver section. But Earthman, good morning. Honor of Kings, what's up? Blaster, George, Skywalker, how you doing? Okay, we're immediately going to jump in because I got some stuff to explain here. So I will come back to chat very, very soon. The 886 probabilities have now played out. So first things first. When looking at this range, pretty much right after the video, there was something that I noticed. And that is that this range, when we made the low here, is 19 times longer than this move up, which of course is not great, especially for a wave 2 if we're looking for an impulse up in a wave 3. But also for a wave B, this is very, very long. Right, very, very long. Now, it remains very questionable what this move to the upside is. Is it an A5 wave structure for then a very, very long B? And do we get a C to the upside to take this high? Or are we going to first take the low? Now, locally, as mentioned, we are looking for proof of support, right? We made a low here, price moved to the upside. As it moved to the upside, it created bearish CVD divergences. That is not what we like to see, no? This is not proof of support. I mean, this is more like proof of resistance, one can argue, right? We don't want to see this. Bearish CVD on the 15-minute. Let me refresh here. So with the range that we have here, lower high on price, but this yellow high here on the yellow CVD line is higher. So we have a lower high on price, higher high on the CVD. That is a bearish CVD divergence, which is of course not ideal. Now that one has now played out. So the one that is remaining is the bullish CVD divergence. That's the only one that is left. So now I want to pull a fib from the low to the high, see what we are bouncing on the 786, I guess, which is boop, 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 boop. Yeah, so we hit the 786, very nice. We didn't yet hit the 886. Now, besides the length of this sideways structure, which is now even more than 19 times longer than this first move up, from an Elliott Wave perspective, and I've been talking with John about it in Discord just now. Preferably, this is not your end structure. So we are still, also in the group, we are talking about the low and we're talking about the high. But as explained in the morning video as well, yeah, is this a three-waver? And if so, if this is the three-wave ABC, zigzag, then how do we count this structure, right? So we're going to talk about that as well. But one thing that is quite clear is that a sideways range that is now like what, 20 times longer than this move up is not ideal. Definitely not for a wave 2. If it moves up, there's much higher probability it's an ABC compared to a wave 1, 2, and then a wave 3. Which of course leads us to probabilities that are interesting to take this low as well. Now at the top, we have big bearish CVD divergences here, lower high on price. Look at the yellow line, crazy, right? Like up, 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 up. Just move towards the upside. There was no bearish or no bullish CVD on the yellow side. There was on blue, but yellow much stronger, much bigger, and has now played out, right? So this is what changed after the morning video. No proof of support, instead proof of resistance, price moving to the downside, taking the low. Bearish CVDs have now played out. Cool. So now the story restarts. We are again looking to see if we can see some proof of resistance. We have bullish CVD divergences. Now, what I like about what John showed in Discord is something that I kind of look at as well, which is, let me find it for you all. Even if we are looking for a very bearish scenario, we would like, in a double 1-2 down, preferably you still get a move to the upside. Because, and we're going to go over this low with different scenarios. And of course, this move to the upside. So let's do that now. So we're going to start with the local stuff, and we can always zoom out later. But we're going to start with the local counts, especially the bearish ones, right? So where am I going to start? Let's first go over what I mentioned in the video. If we're looking for an ABC, then 1, 2, 3, 4, you can't. Wave 4 is not allowed to hit the 0.618. So this count is invalidated. We can't have wave 3 here, neither can we have wave 3 here as well. You could have this as a flat potential, but the 618 is hit, doesn't work. So this scenario, we can remove it. Scenario 2, A, B, big wave C, where this is a 1, 2, and then you create a wave 3 to the downside. This is then your wave 2 after you have a 5-wave structure in your wave 1. The issue here is the big range, which is very annoying to count, as you can imagine. You got a sharp move up, but if we're looking for a wave 3 down, this looks like a zigzag structure, not an impulsive structure. But at the same time, if we are looking for a WXY, your minimum Y target usually is the 0.618, which is above this high, which we still haven't taken out. So therefore, this being a wave 3 to the downside at the moment doesn't look great. And we also did not really have a solid 3-wave structure unless we need to end the corrective structure for this 2 somewhere here. That's only possible in a WXY, where Y is, for example, a triangle. But I'm not even sure if I said that in the video, but you can't have a triangle here because your C is above A. If you look for an A, B, C, you can't. C is above A, invalidates a triangle. It's not what we like to see. So, right? Therefore, not great, but I can't fully invalidate it because potentially your 2 is still here, but it's just a very awkward range, right? How do we count this? Zigzag, X, Y. Do we still have a bigger WXY, zigzag, X, and then a flat in a wave Y? Is that a possibility? It just doesn't really look finished, if you know what I mean. However, we so far have not seen local strength yet, no? Then we have a WXY double zigzag, zigzag down, ABC, right? W in, X, looking for an ABC down, but same problem. Now you have B instead of 2. B has to be a 3-wave structure, corrective structure, just like a wave 2. But if you end your B here, then what is this? This is not an impulsive structure to the downside. This can't be a wave 1, 2, and then a 3. Besides then wave 2 being incredibly long, this is still on the lower time frames very much a 3-wave structure and not a 5-wave structure. Up, up, up. And this is something that John recognized in Discord very nicely as well. Even in the most bearish scenario where you look for a double 1-2 down, even in that most bearish scenario, he still draws that yellow line to the upside. This here, very much a 3-waver. not a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So at least on my chart. Now I have seen other charts. Let me actually quickly look at the this is index. We do have a low. Oh no, we don't have a lower low on index, so never mind. Wow, what's this wick on the index chart? Haven't seen that one yet. But even here, you're looking at a 3-wave structure on the index, which didn't get taken. We ignore this wick here. So yeah, it doesn't make sense there, right? That is an impulsive structure to the downside. Even in a double 1 2, if you would think 1 2 1 2, you get what I mean? Doesn't really make sense, which therefore increases the probabilities that this is corrective. This is corrective. The main question is this corrective? Is that an ABC or is it an impulse? Because if this is your whole corrective structure at the moment, it is now, I don't know, 20 times 19, so probably about like 20 times longer now in time, which of 1920, that's something different. About 20 times. So what we're basically saying here from an Elliott wave point of view is that this wave B, it's very difficult to end it here, just like with the previous scenario I showed, right? It's very difficult to end the corrective structure here, as this does not look like an impulse to the downside. Preferably, you still get another move up. A, B, C, even though B is very long, sometimes the way it is. Or you're looking for a W, X, and then a flat in Y. You take the low and you move towards the upside, where then rejection in that area, as mentioned in the morning video, becomes likely. Because this is very, very long for a wave 2, increasing probabilities for a B. The final scenario here is the ABC, and in this is kind of the only scenario I got up or got to my mind where this is then, it has to be a 3-wave structure in this scenario. Because for all the other scenarios, if this is a 5, you're not allowed to take the low. This is the only scenario that I currently have on my chart where you're allowed to take the low, or we need a W in a zigzag, X, and then a Y, meaning wave Y is a flat itself, which means the target area will move up. So you can wick the low, probably grab the liquidity of the other low that is still remaining, and then move up. So that is the reason why in the probability section of the morning video, the low time frame probabilities are higher to take this high, because it's so difficult from an Elliott wave perspective. I mean, difficult is the wrong word. Elliott waves is not difficult. I mean, I can imagine if of course, if you're new, when I was new, it's definitely a difficult theory. But when you run through the different options that we have here, it is quote unquote difficult to end a corrective structure here and start with an impulse to the downside, because this is very much a 3-waver. We can't have a W 3-wave in X over here, that one red candle, and then a wave Y triangle, because we can't have a triangle, as this high is higher than the previous one, so it invalidates a triangle. So this like increases probabilities to still take out the high at a given moment, arguably before the low. But then of course we want to see some proof of support. So we now took the low. Bearish CVD divergences have played out, right? This one. Which means the only one remaining now is the bullish CVD divergence here. Now don't be mistaken, the yellow line is still very much awkward. It's still very high. Where we are at the moment is still far above the high here, but the bearish CVD divergence, this yellow line first had lower high on price, higher high on the CVD. That one played out as we took the high. So you know that area played out. We wanna look at the local stuff now, right? We're not interested really in the high. We want to see what happens here. And what happens at the moment is on blue, we have a bullish CVD, higher low in price, lower low on the CVD. Of course, it would be nice if more locally, we can also see that support coming back on like a 3-minute time frame or a 5-minute time frame or something more local. If we don't, we're simply gonna look for this low to be taken, which is something that we are looking for to create a bit of a stronger low. But the probabilities of that being a wave 5 are very low because of discounting a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is wave 4 is invalidated. You can't. It is incredibly rare. Holy moly, the sunshine, eh? And a little bit lower. Yeah, there we go. Might be a bit dark now, but a wave 4 hitting the 0.618 and then still being a wave 4 is incredibly rare. Incredibly rare. And that is it, like I've never seen it. So I just always use that as invalidation. It is so rare. The 0.5 is the maximum target. You can wick above the 0.5 but not hit the 618 pretty much. So that begs then the question, if you do take this low first, right, what are we going to get? So we're going to observe the price action, see if we get some support, which at the moment we still bearish CVD on yellow. Look how high this is moving to the upside. It's already above the candles that we have here. You see this green order block on the 5-minute yellow line. You can see we're already above, right? Lower high, higher high, which of course is a very local bearish CVD. That's not what you want to see if you look for proof of support, no? It's not what you want to see. So let me quickly click through. Oh yeah, this is also something we have to talk about here. This retracement was a 0.236 retracement taken from the high to the low. A 0.236 retracement is very rare for wave 2, B, and X, for all of them. What's up, Flotty? I see the hearts. So very rare to get a 0.236 retracement, and this being like an A, B, C or a W, X, Y or bearish 1, 2, and you look for a wave 3. So therefore, probabilities are lower for this to be in B, X, or 2. Probabilities are therefore higher. This is a 4, and then we're looking for a 5. If we look for anything, then the 0.236 is more common for a B or X than a wave 2, as the wave 2 382 target is already less common for 2, but it's a common target for a B or X. So you can imagine the 0.236 would generally have higher probabilities B or X than a wave 2, no? This is not something I can actually remove. This is definitely not something that I'm looking for, because if this is your 1, this is your 2. Your 2 is now 20 times longer in time than your wave 1, which is very much out of context. It's very, very long. Lowers the probabilities for a 2 up, increases the probabilities for a C up, or a 3 up increases the probabilities for a C instead of a wave 3. We are still at support. Value area low, SR area 786 has been touched. We need to get above, well, pretty much 41K. Shall we talk the probabilities? We're gonna observe the price action here together. But yeah, with everything I explained about this structure to the downside just now, and especially this local range, we don't have any proof of support coming in yet. We still have bearish CVDs as long as you don't take 41k. So it's still not looking strong. We're still keeping an eye on the low. I mentioned in the previous videos that taking the low would still be something that is interesting because of the poor low that we have over here. It would be nice to eventually create a strong low. It's just that this corrective structure, like I was thinking as well, can we get a flat here and then a continuation of an impulse to the downside? It's just that this is very much a three-waver as explained, and then you get this range which can't be a triangle. So even a W, X, and then a Y, yeah, doesn't work. Or you have a WX zigzag in Y, ends there. Still a very, very shallow X, very, very shallow Y. So it's very complex price action, and I won't be surprised if a lot of uncommon targets are hit in this area if we do not find our way back to the upside after or before taking that low. What's up, Mark Pistachio? I will get to the chat in a second. So we zoom out, and I'm gonna go through my folders. So if I remove these for a second here. Now we know that this wave 4 is quite long, but it didn't pass the 5 pip time of this being 2. Thinking. No, never mind. Price moving down a little bit, right? We still got the bearish CVD, eh? As long as we don't hit 41k, take 41k, we're just moving down, no? Low is getting close, 40.2. If we hit the 886, that would be something, a bounce on the 886 back up. That would cement probabilities for a C or Y to the upside, increasing probabilities to come back down in the later stage. It's so the main complex area is this. If we look for an A or 1 to be finished here, we need a 5-wave structure. 1, 2, 3, long 4, still okay, and then a 5. 1, 2, 1, 2. 3, 4, 5. I've been looking at this as well. 1, 2, 3. Where's your 4? If this is a 1, 2, 1, 2, not a fan. It's not good for probabilities up. Almost taking the local low here, right? Bearish CVDs almost playing out if we do. This was a clear corrective structure, as shown in the video. Probabilities were very high to move down after this move up. Very nice WXY. Potential for a 5-wave structure here to the downside as well. But where's your 4? This is just a straight line. Well, we can't have a diagonal, because if you have an ABC here, ABC here, ABC here, this would be a flat, and that's not allowed. You can't have a flat in a diagonal. So we almost took the low. See if it does. Bullish EVD on blue, but bearish on yellow, so neutral zone. The first one was bearish on yellow though. Yeah, taking out the lows is definitely something I've been looking for. Yeah, something I didn't understand is what I mentioned in the lows and TPO section of the previous couple of videos. It does not make sense to me that this final low wasn't taken. Plus, we ranged here for a while between the higher low, this one, and this one. So between these two lows, we ranged for a very short period of time. So even if we move up, probabilities are higher to take the low, and from a TPO perspective, it also makes sense because we don't have a row of single blocks here. It's not a strong low, it's a weak one. After a trending environment, yeah, moving to the downside, also here, you don't end with a strong low here. And currently, there is simply no strength. Bearish CVD after bearish CVD, we might actually move down. So let's see what happens if we hit the 886, and especially if we continue to the downside. That would be very, very interesting. Putting this on my chart. Yeah, John, like, wait. If the, I will go through chat in this. I posted a chart with the question on your flat scenario. Discord. Bum, 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 bum. Isn't discount possible? Quick check. ABC WX. Yeah, it's still possible. But then what we indeed talk about here is the BC. The problem is that your B is now 20 times longer than your wave A, which is very uncommon for also even a B. So if this move up is a wave A, this bounce here, this can definitely still be a B. It's a very long one though, but it's definitely low probabilities to be a wave 2. So yeah, and then you move down. That's still a possibility. That would be bullish, of course, by the way, because a WXY to the downside is a corrective structure, unless you get a very, very big diagonal. But that is not really what we're thinking of. So the 886 has been hit, increasing the probabilities that any move to the upside is a wave C or Y, increasing the probabilities that sooner or later the low is going to get taken. Let's see what happens now here on top of the 886 as well. Posted a fractal. Let me have a look again. Wait, before we chatterbox here, let me put an alarm down here as well, just in case. John, A, B, C. Yes, but look, and this is a returning thing. We all put the yellow line above this high. We don't know what this middle yellow line to the upside is. It can be a flat, right? It can be an ABC. But we're all looking for the high here. And of course, a flat is still a scenario where you have an A, take the lows here, would be nice. Make a strong low, and then you move up. Because this is like 20 times, probably more now, longer than this move up. So this range still being part of the same structure as this single move doesn't have great probabilities at the moment. The 886 isn't doing anything at the moment as well. Let me scroll through. So what else did you guys? This is not how we. Oh wait. We are not interested in all of your pictures. You know that by now. You don't see that often anymore in the group that I have to do that. Because usually people know. But yeah, that would be your. But this is the bigger flat. But then you still look for a move up above the high, and that's also something that I would like to see before, after taking the low. I don't care, but now that price is moving below the 886, of course we're kind of like looking to take the weak low, no? Sorry, I haven't really been checking chat too much, but that's also because there's of course a lot of thinking and stuff going on. So we move to the downside. Bearish CVDs have played out again. Lower high, higher high on yellow, second time. First on the 50-minute here, lower high, higher high on yellow, and then locally here as well. So that now has played out. Currently still around at 886, 15-minute candle close below, 30-minute below, 1 hour not yet. The point of the flat question was the fibs you are posting for. Oh yeah. My TPO settings, by the way, quickly shown in a recent video. This is inputs, style, volume profile, which is off, visibility. So this is and then my colors, because I like it should look neat. Dark blue till the lighter versions, pretty much. So those are the settings that I have here on the TPO. So finding a little bit of support at the 886. What's interesting about the 886 is that it does often give a reaction back to the golden pocket. That's the only reason why I have a template that is called the 618 RT, which is the 618 retest. Because I don't know, it's an 886 thingy. So but I fully agree that yeah, many of us we're looking for the high to be taken. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, arguably, you know, you 5 ways finished on top of the 886, A, B, C. Or even this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, W, X, Y, W, X, A, B, C, Y. But you need proof of support, and so far it's just weakness and more weakness. Let's go back to the analysis part here. And we keep an eye on what the 886 is doing, and I put an alarm at the golden pocket. Common target. Top was an expanding diagonal. I'm still not a fan of that expanding diagonal, so we continue to look for other counts. I saw that GZ had a potential impulse in here because an expanding ending diagonal is incredibly rare. So I'm not really interested in counting this anymore, as it doesn't give me any information for the local price action. So I prefer to now look here, and we'll then sort this out later once we get more information. Because it's not too relevant at the moment. So, of course, this is bullish scenario, but now that you hit the 886, if this is your A or 1, you're going to be looking for an ABC. 886 touch, low probabilities for a 2. ABC up, then creates like 2 potential options, 3, but you can have a flat A, very low B, and then a C. Move down for the flat, take the lows, make a strong low, take the double bottom, potentially that it leaves, and then move up in C. We could have a WXY, A, B, C in W, corrective structure X, and then Y double zigzag to the upside, or you're done after an ABC and you already go down. That's of course the quickest. However, time-wise, that would not really be ideal if your low is here. For a wave 2, that's okay, wave B or X. Then you want A, B, C. You might end around the 0.618. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. That's definitely something we at least have to consider. Holy moly. There we go. It's is it too dark now, my webcam? I think so. The thing is that I get sunlight, very sharp sunlight in my eyes here. Okay, that's better. Fixed it. Cool. Okay, let's do a general run through to organize the TA for everyone watching as well. So we're going to run through the scenarios and then just end with the probabilities. What I will do is also include the higher time frame stuff. I have my alarms locally. We're going to keep an eye on whatever happens here. Well, let's do a little bit of a classic run through here, through everything, so that we are aligned, and then we slowly zoom into the lower time frames. So let me shortly structure my object tree, and then we're just going to run through it all. I have my alarm set, so if anything happens, we're immediately going to be back. I'm not planning to do to go through all of the scenarios in a lot of detail, so we're gonna mention them shortly, which I think is important. This. Bear. Alternative. Oh, we are now below that range. One second, thinking. I will remove this for now. And that one as well. Okay, and then we get to the local stuff. TPO, micro, Okay, let's go. Oh, it's actually getting very warm. 1 second. What's price doing? Okay. Let's run through high time frame to the local stuff. And then let's see what price gives us locally for the remainder of the stream. We're going to talk about probabilities while I go through my story. Okay, so some of these scenarios you may have seen in the cycle macro high time frame video I posted last night. So it will just be a short run through because of course the detailed stuff has been mentioned and I don't want to take your time. I want to be short and concise so that if you have something else to do today, which very likely is the case, you can hop in and hop out and see the analysis part. So this is the bullish scenario I keep an eye on. A good comment, which is indeed true by, I don't know, someone, is that this of course is a very long wave one, right? But if we're looking for a big move to the upside, it is at least something we have to consider here, right? So we have a 1, 2, 3, 4, a 5. Wave 3 then in, looking for a bigger range in a 4. Common target area for 4 on the chart. 0.618 is your invalidation for this wave 4. Preferably this 4 ends after the 0.382 fib time taken from the high to the low to the high over here. Comparing 2 with 4, usually 4 is longer, but because wave 2 was so shallow and long in time, only hitting the 382, which is a less common target for a wave 2, this wave 4 can be deep and short, so therefore potential ABC can be on the cards as long as it doesn't hit the 618 at 34.1k. Then we're looking for a 5, finishing the bigger one in green, then looking for a 2 in green and a move to the upside. The volume profile is very, very interesting. Personally, I don't believe in price just pumping to the upside 100k next YOLO. I believe in that we in this year are going to be in this range for quite some time. It's going to be our friend, trade the range until it breaks, they often say. We were in 2021 here for a very long period of time, and based on Elliott waves as well, when I go to the lower time frames. And just based on range trading experience, right, it's very rare to do this, so the probabilities are much higher you're going to stick around in this range for quite a while in 2024 before choosing any significant direction. Be mindful of deviations to the up and the downside, with of course currently the higher probability being a deviation to the potential upside here. The lower edge of the range is 30k to 32k, higher end of the range is around 50k, but a deviation far above is absolutely no problem in this particular scenario. We also have the fibs from the high here to the low. Beautiful confluence with the value area highs over here, right? The white box, like amazing. At the same time, I think it's a very obvious short area. You have the golden pocket, you have the value area highs, it's close to the 50k area. So I would love to install a bit more greed. Now the wick high here was quite close after the ETF news, and we were looking for a fake out because ETF probabilities were so high to see a bit of a move to the upside and then a bigger move towards the downside because of the hype and the greed and all that good stuff, looking for 50k and 500k and I don't know what. So that was good, hit the resistance. At the same time, it's a bit obvious, so I wouldn't mind going back again, create a bigger liquidity pool of more hype, more greed, more whatever news maybe is then on the cards. People are going to be looking for the all-time high, but then you return to the downside of the range and create a deviation. That's something that I think would be very, very interesting. Also with sharp moves like we had here, it's common that the first high is not the high and the first low is not the low. Low, range, range, range. Take the low and then you move up. high, range, take the high, and then you move down. That's definitely an interesting scenario, also from an Elliott Wave perspective. Alternatively, we have a double 1-2 here, 1-2, 1-2, continue to the upside. Common target for wave 2 is on the chart, as you can see, preferably ending after the 382, which is currently sitting on the 19th of February, taken from the low here to the high. And this wave 2 preferably is a sharp one, because the first one was very shallow. Of course, very bullish. If you have two wave 2s bouncing on the 382, it's just low probabilities because it's a less common target. Most common target is the 05 to the 786, which we didn't hit here, so it would be nice to get a deeper retracement in the second wave 2. Of course, we have to keep an eye on the 382 at least, sitting at 39.9k, pretty much already hit it. But this wave 2 also preferably ends after that 382, right? So let's see what we get, but this is nonetheless your common target area. In the bearish scenario, you're looking for a bigger structure to the downside, right? We're looking for the lows to be taken at 15.4k. We have great support between 11 and 8k, which is the macro bear. Let me actually show you as well, right? Over here, this area, golden pocket from the 3k low to the all-time high, multi-year volume profile in confluence with the golden pocket. Beautiful, no? So that is very, very strong support. And then if we look for this wave C, then we have wave B bouncing on the 382, common target for a wave B, less common for a wave 2. So it does give at least a bit of probability to this being a wave C, but I like to see local weakness. At the moment, there is no reason to think about 10k, and there is definitely also no reason to think about 100k. We are at 40k, we're going to think about 39k or 46k. Those are two important levels of interest. All the other stuff doesn't matter, because if we have an impulse to the downside here, we don't yet know what that is. Is it a wave A? Is it a wave 1? Or maybe even a wave C, lowest probabilities at the moment, where you then move up in an impulsive structure and take the high. But what is it going to be if you get an impulse to the downside? You could have an A, B, C and continue, especially in combination with that bullish scenario I just showed. So we're not here to make people fearful, but we're also not here on this channel to make you feel hyped, right? We're here to trade whatever we get. The chart gives us information, we trade the information, and at the moment, between the high time frame scenarios, the only info that we have is the 382 touch here. And a 382 is a bit more common for B, a bit less common for a wave 2. But we want to see local weakness if we are thinking about this scenario actually coming to fruition. Now this is your target area for your wave C. The high is nicely made between the 0.618 and the 1 fib time, taken from the low to the high to the low here, comparing A with C. That's also something you like to see. Common target for C in time is between the 0.618 and the 1.618 of A. And this is your target area for C, which at the moment is respected. Now we do have a monthly gap. And this monthly gap, I think, is a nice one to have on your chart if you want. We have over here the all-time high candle, then the third month after the all-time high, or second month arguably. But we created a bit of a gap over here with the candle to the downside. We tested it once, nice rejection to the downside. That's what we like to see with the gaps, right? But we came back for the second time. This is a second touch. It's very normal for a second touch to reject. But it does increase the probabilities to fill the gap at a later stage. So therefore, we are also, of course, still looking for price to move above 50k, which again, with that scenario as well, this one is very interesting because the target area for your 5 is going to be in confluence with the high of the monthly gap. Not to forget, this can still be potential wave C territory as well for then, price moving down. We need to see local weakness, right? Now we also have two weekly gaps, important as support. The first one is right below price, pretty much 40k to 38.5k, and then we have one down here. We haven't yet tested this area, so if we hit it for the first time, probabilities are high, we get a reaction. We don't really want to see We don't really want to see daily candles closing in this gap. That would increase probabilities to fill the gap. We're talking about daily candles, right? 2 hour, 1 hour candles, doesn't matter. We're talking about high time frame stuff. These are weekly gaps. So we look for daily closes. Now this range has been an incredible range, but we are now actually moving below this range, interestingly. At least for now. Could still be a deviation. This is the daily chart, right? Up, down, up, down, up, down. Over here, we also had a bit of a deviation, closing above, eventually moving to the downside very impulsively, which was a wave C, by the way, ABC. And then we move back towards the upside. Deviation, another one, big, definitely a bigger one. And then we're back at the lower end of this range. Volume profile is taken on the 4-hour chart from the start of the range to the end for the ones that are interested in having it. On the daily here, we also have a daily gap. If price takes this high, probabilities are higher to fill the gap, move to the upside. And then we're going to be looking for the blue box, 45.9, 46.7K. Of course, we're at the moment not yet close to that high. And then we get to the local scenarios. So let's run through them. And what's happening here? Oh wait, nothing changed. Okay. Nice bounce on the 886, as we always like to see. So a couple of scenarios that are relevant locally. We're going to talk about these and keep an eye on what price does locally after this. So this is your, arguably, your bearish scenario, because we're looking for a three-way structure to the downside or an impulse. A, B, C, or A, 1, 2, and 3 for much lower prices to come. The fibs that you see are taken from the high to the current low that we have. In yellow, the 382 all the way to the 886 is your common target for B. Common target for 2 is in blue, 0.5 to the 786, again taken from the high to the low. Preferably, we're looking for price to move towards the upside. And what's nice is that if we fill that daily gap, because the 382 is pretty much on top of this high, increasing probabilities to fill the gap, then just above the gap, we have the golden pocket, always important resistance, but also we have that blue resistance box that I mentioned. So this is very, very interesting resistance. If price can manage to flip this box, then we're looking for price to move towards the upside, because above this, there is not too much resistance left. And also this candle was pretty much just a wick on the higher time frame. So there's not too much structure for any resistance above the box there, right? Now more locally, we go to 15, so choose 15, yep. More locally, 30. The probabilities are higher that if we do not take the high, if we take the high first before the low, we're looking for a wave A, B, and then a wave C. Now, throughout the weekend, I don't know, somewhere on Saturday, I drew the line that you see on my chart, which I haven't changed yet, as you can see. So we were looking on the 15-minute for price to reject at the order block. We were ranging here, and once the range started, right, we pretty much had the order block over here. We were looking for a rejection to the upside to hit the order block, then move to the downside for a potential B, and then see a move up. I put the B here initially because of the point of control of the previous range that we were in, including a little bit of an order block. You know, it's a nice area. Now price is below the lower box here. So in order to enter this range and increase probabilities to move back to the upside, enter here and move back to the upside, we first have to flip this support resistance area. As long as we are below support, we are, well, I'm flipping my terms here. But what I mean, as long as we are below support, we are underneath resistance. So we want to see this flipped. And then we could be looking for price to move to the upside and a potential C. For now, we are outside the range, right? There's not yet any proof of support unless you have something based on your strategy with proof of support. We do have bullish CVD divergences, which is always good to see. So I was looking initially for that point of control, but by all means, what we were looking for is a move up, reject at the order block, move down inside this range, look for the point of control, no reaction, move for the low over here, price moved up, but as explained at the beginning of the stream, bearish CVD divergences that we had here, As price moved to the upside, we created bearish CVD divergences. That is not proof of support, that is more resistance coming in. These bearish CVD divergences here have now played out by price taking this low. So these are now neutralized. And the bullish CVD divergences are left. And of course, we're looking for some local support to see if price can find the strength to move to the upside. The bearish CVD divergences I just showed you. Right over here, price moving to the upside, it's the yellow line. Lower high on price with this small little range, lower high and then a higher high on yellow, bearish CVD divergence. That's not what you like to see, increasing the probabilities to move to the downside. With the new low that we made here, I got to move this to the downside just a little bit because this is your common target area for a wave C. I'm going to put the 1.618 on the chart as well, which is arguably for a wave C still a target we have to keep in mind. Let me drag it a little bit to the right this time, up. Now inside this area we have the other range, point of control. Here. Oh. At about 42.7k. So inside the 1 to the 1.236 we have the point of control of this range. We have the target box here in blue, 43 to 43.2k. Value area high of the range is one of the confluences in that area. And then above we have this wide support resistance area. Support turning into resistance, resistance, resistance. Could be a nice rejection in this particular scenario. The reason that it's quite interesting to look for the low to be taken, this one, eventually, either sooner or later, is because we still have liquidity of this low that we didn't take. We took this low, price took this low as well, but we didn't take this one. Secondly, from a TPO perspective, it's a poor low. We don't have a row of single blocks. That's what you want to look for. If you are new here and you want to check out this indicator, time price opportunities, Shirley, I don't know if you're here, but thanks to Shirley, we figured out this indicator is also on TradingView, as usually it's like an ExoCharts, ATAS type of thing. So that's pretty cool. But what you're looking for is a row of single blocks. Preferably at least two, but preferably two or more at least. So we have 4 here at the high, creating a nice strong high, right? That's actually what we like to see. But at the moment here at the low, we don't. So one can also call this a poor low. Doesn't mean you can't move up, but it does increase the probabilities to either sooner or later take that low. And I think it's so interesting with the scenario that then you have your wave B. Might have to move this to the downside now a little bit as well. But your wave B area is going to be around the yellow box here as well. That's an important support area, 38.6, 39k. Then we're looking for a C to D upside. Still below the range. Dun, 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 dun. We spoke about that. First the bullish scenarios, right? Take the high before the low, looking for A, B, C, and then we're looking for here a scenario that does not take the low. W, X, Y, double zigzag. Bit less common compared to a flat, but because we're then looking for an ABC, we have to keep this scenario in mind where we are going to remain in this range for a little bit of a longer period of time. It's almost like the high time frame scenario where we then enter this range and we're going to spend a little bit of time in this range before continuation to the upside in this particular scenario. Requirement, take the high before the low. That's a must for this one. You, of course, could have a potential ABC, meaning ABC, right? 3-wave structure, 5, 3, 5. Little bit of an issue is that in an ABC, you need to count this as a 1, 2, and then you want to see a 3, 4, 5 to the upside. But this being a wave 2, time-wise would be very rare because the time of this range compared to this impulse is about 20 times. So this range is about 20 times longer in time than this impulsive structure to the upside in this case, increasing probabilities this is an ABC compared to a 1, 2, and then a 3 to the upside, which therefore increases the probabilities of the two scenarios I just mentioned, which is an ABC with a flat, or we're looking for that WXY double zigzag structure to the upside. These are the two that I think of at the moment with the current price action that we have. Then finally, the bearish scenarios. A little bit of water. Back to the 1 hour. Because you always need bearish scenarios, because you can't be biased as an Elliott Wave analyst. Of course, we have probabilities. Let me have a little look here, because I think the 886 probabilities are are doing its thing again. Just a general tip for everyone that is new, and the people that are here longer, they know. The 886 is an important fib before I go into the bearish scenarios. If price hits the 886 after a clear high or low, probabilities increase that this low is a wave B or a wave X if it doesn't just continue. Any move to the upside here has a higher probability of being a C or Y, increasing probabilities to come back down later to take the double bottom. But what happens quite often is that at the 886, price finds support and moves back towards the golden pocket to retest this golden pocket. That is why the template for these fibs that I have is called 618 RT, because it's like retest. And based on the retest, we'll see if we then continue or actually fall. And we might, at least we are on our way to the golden pocket. So that is quite interesting. I have alarms set, so see how that goes. Okay. Time to share the bearish local thoughts, no? Okay, cool. The bearish counts, or what we're going to talk about now, will be a little bit less structured. And you'll quickly figure out why. There is a couple of scenarios. I have 3 folders, but I have a couple more in my mind, which I'll be happy to talk about as well. So let's just start with the 3 I have here and take it from there. And then the probabilities will fly by as well. So first things first, don't yet look at the letters and the numbers. The only thing that's important to start with is the 0.382. This fib is taken from the high to the low. A 0.382, 0.236. Good morning, Kun. The 0.236 is a very rare target for both the wave 2 and the wave B and X as a retracement target. If this is your low of an A, preferably B, X, and 2, retrace to at least a 302, if not higher levels. So that does decrease the probabilities of for any scenario where this is a B, X, or a 2. It doesn't invalidate a scenario, but the only thing we can do as traders is have probabilities, because we can't have certainties, right? We don't trade certainties because there are no certainties. So the 0.236 from an Elliott Wave perspective gives you low probabilities that this high is a B, X, or 2. Meaning it's difficult to end a structure here. Increases probabilities you end a structure down here, which is the case in that bullish scenario where you move to the upside. Because then this range becomes a wave 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and you look for a wave 5 to the downside. This being a wave 4 is perfectly fine, but this being the retracement for a B, X, or 2 is rare. Probabilities. No? I think I once saw a 236 with a wave X in a double zigzag, but we're going to chat about that in a second. So it's a little less structured, but here we go. So we have an ABC here on the chart, 5, 3, and we're looking for a 5. So B retracing to the 236, right? Story that I just mentioned. And then we're looking for a big C. Now let me remove the minor count that I have over here, the small one. The reason I don't like to put a wave C here is because, first of all, wave C is very short. If you take a trend-based fib extension from the high to the low of A to the high of B, and you toggle on your common zigzag targets, the 0.618, that's a rare target, is inside the golden box. This being a wave C is incredibly rare to have such a short wave C compared to your wave A, and as mentioned, wave B is very, very shallow. So therefore, the probabilities are low that this would be the end of your C. You're going to look for lower prices. But that means this arguably potential 5-wave structure here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it's also not the nicest impulse to the downside because of this little bit. 1, 2, 1, 2, where's your 4? 4, 5. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5. We're missing one, right? Unless we do have the potential of having a wave 4 in here. By the way, it's a very, very short wave 4, but that would be the only way to count this as an impulse, ending your 1 here. Then you're looking for a 2, and then a 3 to the downside. Now this wave 2 is very interesting, and also in Discord we have been talking about this wave 2 with a couple of people, especially once it was forming as well. The longer it took, the lower the probabilities. We're thinking about impulsive structures and such. So in this scenario, if this is a wave 2, you can put the wave 2 here. But then you're looking for a 3 to the downside. The problem I have, and I'll repeat a little bit of what I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, but it remains the biggest issue of ending. 1 second, Control-Zetting here. If we're ending a corrective structure here, and we look for a 3 down, this is very much a 3-wave structure. There's 1 candle to the downside, not a 5-wave structure, and that's my biggest problem here. 3-waver, not a 5-waver. But at the same time, as price was ranging sideways, we built big bearish CVD divergences with the high. So can we move this 2 to the right side? We can, in a way that this then has to be a W. Then we have an X, the 3-wave structure is an X, and then we need a Y, but Y can't be a triangle. Because of this high. If we look for an A, B, C, D, E, C is not allowed to go above A. Whoa. Man, sometimes I still have my throat is getting better, everyone, by the way. But I should keep drinking. But if we're looking for a triangle here in this space, so then we have W, X, and a long Y, which it just looks off. It looks very weird. Triangle is not possible as well. So a W, X, 1 candle X over here, and then you have this wave Y mess. It just doesn't look great at all from an Elliott wave perspective. But putting wave 2 here does not give high probabilities for a wave 3 to the downside, because you can't really start an impulse with this 1 candle down here for a 1, 2, 3, besides wave 2 being incredibly long. In other words, this decreases the probabilities that the corrective structure we started from the low here is finished. Because that's what we're interested in. I don't care if it takes the low or not, if it then goes back up again and then later comes down, no? It's just that the probabilities of this being the end of a corrective structure is not high. This being the end of the corrective structure is also not high. Okay, second scenario. WXY double zigzag. I think someone in Discord mentioned this one just now. Discord is very active, by the way, especially the main Bitcoin TA channel. Lots of good stuff being shared, and sometimes I also use it for inspo, and then you see a name on the chart, which is the person that posted it in Discord. But this one we already had it. So WXY double zigzag to the downside, X 0.236. We know 0.236 rare for X, B, and 2. So preferably This is not an X, but it is in this bearish scenarios. We're also looking at bearish scenarios besides the bullish ones that we just did. Then we're looking for an ABC. Wave A has to be a 5-wave structure. 1, 2, 3, or sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have to end your A here. You can't end it here because then you're going to look for 3-wave structures. But we're looking for an ABC in wave Y because wave Y can't be a WXY. So you can't have an ABC, W, then you look for X, and then you look for Y. You can't, because a WXY is not allowed inside wave Y or inside W. W can be a zigzag or a flat. Y can be a zigzag, flat, or a triangle. If wave W is a zigzag, wave Y can't be a zigzag. Wave Y can only be a flat or a triangle structure. So we have to look for simple zigzags, but in this case we're looking for a double zigzag. And that's an, how shall I say it? It's not a change of the rule, but in a double zigzag, we look for a sharp corrective structure where wave W and Y can both be a zigzag. In the WXY horizontal corrective structure, WXY, this is the sideways double combo, as we like to call it. In the sideways double combo, probabilities, or you're not allowed to have a wave W zigzag and a wave Y zigzag. In a double zigzag, which is a sharp structure, you are. But the problem here remains the same. B is the problem. We can't really start wave C to the downside here, but we also can't really start wave C to the downside here. So we would still be looking for a move towards the upside and then a potential 3-wave structure, right? It remains the same. The final scenario I have, because it's just like, I need something, right, where I would still be looking for a move up. Even if we take the low, still looking then for a bounce and at least a move to the upside, where this is then a 3-waver, looking for a 3-waver in B and then a move up in wave C. Just because it's so difficult to end a corrective structure there. Now we have been thinking about diagonals as well, where we are looking for wave 1, 2, 3, and then a 4 and a 5, and then a contracting diagonal. The problem with your contracting diagonal here is this structure, because this can be then a zigzag, zigzag, zigzag. The problem is this is then a flat, which is not allowed in a diagonal structure. So that one doesn't count. Then we have the double 1, 2 that John posted earlier, wave 1, 2, right? 1, 2, and then a move down, but you still want to actually see this high taken, even if you look for a bearish 1, 2, 1, 2. This is a 0.236 retracement for the first wave 2. Probabilities, not great, right? Then you look for another wave 1, then you look for another wave 2, but just like with the B that I had here and the 2 I had here, it's very difficult to end the corrective structure here. And it's very difficult to end it here. So even in this wave 2, potential second wave 2, preferably price is still going to find its way above this high. I don't care if it takes the low first. We still have bullish CVD. We want to see local strength. We're going to observe the price action in a second. We can have an ABC. But a double 1, 2 is generally not really something I'm looking for because of the 0.236 retracement. It's a higher probability. This is a wave 4 for then a 5 to the downside, which in this case is then finished here, because we can't have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Reason is wave 4 retraced too high to the 618 taken from the high to the low, which invalidates wave 4. So preferably your 5 is then in. And the low that we make is then a potential corrective structure. So that was a lot of talking. Besides the overlap with wave 1, by the way, wave 1 and wave 4 overlap. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you look for a 5. Because wave 3, that is the. But then wait. So I have something in my head, but you still want to take this high. Actually, you could have an extended wave 5 going as low as 31k. We checked it once before. 1, 2, 3, 4. Because your wave 3 is quite similar in length compared to your wave 1. It's only slightly shorter but not really extended. Wave 5 could extend in a wave 1, 2 and then a 3 to the downside for a bigger 5 down. But then you're still stuck with this being a wave 2, which is again rare to end there, rare to end there. So that is the current struggle locally, and that is why I also this morning mentioned you want to see some proof of support. So we are now trying to get back inside this range, right? Do we have the 618? And now we're going to go and chat a little bit with you lot. No? This order blocks has already been tagged, so we can remove this one. And I remove this one, make it a bit cleaner, and just make it a red line. No, this is fine. Oh, and finally, that one. So that was it. From the weekly to the shit on the 15-minute. Bruno, this is a public live stream, so I will not look at any potential setup charts. So anything in the BTC setup channel, I can't. Of course, if you have something worth sharing in public, you have to share it in the BTC TA channel, the general channel. But I can't put anything on stream that is setup related. So if it's just general TA, then you can put it there. Okay, so what is up, everyone? How are you doing? Holy moly! It's a beautiful day in the Netherlands. It's been a good morning. I went to the dentist, not because I have a problem, but because it's the check. So I had a check this morning. Everything good. I always hate that. I don't know if there's a dentist. Is there a dentist here? Anyone? I'm curious. The one thing I always dislike at the dentist is the removing the tooth stone. Like, you know, usually you have a little bit of tooth stone or whatever you call it. It's the literal translation from the Dutch language. And they have this machine that makes this awful sound. You know what I mean? Holy moly, I can't. And then, so of course I just sit still, you know, but I am tensed. Also because sometimes they then touch a part of your teeth that is a little bit more sensitive. And it's not like you like when they hit it, but you do like your eyes do a little bit like, you know, like I'm happy it's only once a half year. Wait, is there a dentist here? Hit the like. Tia, that's beautiful. I don't think, maybe we don't have a dentist here, but I mean, I love the dentist because they take care of my teeth, which for me it's important to keep them healthy because I don't like all the work on it. I had enough work in the past because I broke my teeth a lot of time when I was a kid. So what's up, everyone? I quickly go from up to down. I'll be at the bottom in a second. You know how it goes. What's up, Lisu, Dower, Morning, Errol, Skyto, thanks for showing up. It's a pleasure, my man. George, for me it's an ABC ending in a diagonal, and we have started wave 4 of the previous impulse down. ABC ending diagonal. Oh yeah, we spoke about this one. So A, B, C, and then but you still want to see a move up. So you can have an ending diagonal. But what we're talking about is you still preferably want to see this taken. 1, 2, 3. So then this is your low, right? Your 3. So then you're talking about this being an A, B, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in a C. That's definitely a possibility. So then we have over here your 1, 2, 3. But this being 4 and then now a 5 down is a bit of a issue, because your 5 has to be a zigzag. But the problem is that this first candle is not really a 5-wave structure, and of course it's very shallow, right? So therefore preferably this wave 4 ends here and then you get a 5 down. Yes, in that case then, right, I would agree. That would be one to at least keep in mind if we get a structure to the upside and then a move down. Now this scenario is going to mimic the flat for everyone. Where is it? Range. This one? No, this one. Reason being that all of the waves here are zigzag structures. ABC, 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 right? And then your wave 5. But that's the same as a B here. ABC, ABC. So the move to the upside will then guide us into, is this a flat? Or after 5, are we going to start a new corrective structure, which is not impulsive? So if you do get an impulse up, we're looking for C. If you don't, or it doesn't go high enough, then we're looking for 5 to be finished here, and then we look for a bigger corrective structure. So yes, a diagonal is still possible, but we don't yet have the information to yet support it, because preferably we want to see the high taken instead of this being your 4 and this 5. Yeah. But it's a good idea, George. Absolutely. Good morning. Goedemorgen, Christian. What's up? Yannick, how you doing? Gwendy Zoo, what's up? Have you finally spent more time with your girlfriend, by the way, instead of on the live stream? I can feel the BTC move during the live stream. Come on, BTC. We had a little bit of a move. Last week we had the same issue. The weekends gave us hard ranges to include in the counts. Yep, but they should always be included. It's still psychology, still price action, still waves. But just like the weekend, I don't really like to count the range itself. I just look at the range. I look at the time of the range. I know the resistance, which was the order block, very nicely rejection twice. And we just, like, I don't want to go to the 5 minute and try to count it. Because it's very complex price action, and the time will give us the information pretty much. What's up, Kenny? How you doing? Mr. Moo POV, what's up? This is called trading. I'm not really a big fan of manipulation. Jared, what's up? Good morning or afternoon, or I get what you mean. Give us a fucking correction. Eventually, like this is from an Elliott Wave point of view. We are looking, we slowly start looking towards the upside. The 886 touch here does increase probabilities. If you do move up, it's a C to take the double bottom we have sooner or later here. So that is why the 886 is on my chart. But pretty much the area here is it starts to become interesting to look for positions to the upside. Could you mention that in a wave 4 we shouldn't touch 618, but I have not found that rule yet anywhere. Only that it should not cross the top of wave 2. The top of wave 1, the start of wave 2. That's correct. The 618, right, is not necessarily mentioned as an invalidation. But the 618, but if you study Elliott waves, you will figure out that the common target area for wave 4 is the 236.382.05. A rare target is the 146, by the way. That's a very, very, very shallow wave 4. It's very rare you get a 146 retracement. And the 618 is a level that I regard as an invalidation. First of all, I have never, ever, ever seen a wave 4 going to the golden pocket. Second, it's actually not really a target for a wave 4. In some websites or some things, it's regarded as an incredibly rare target. But for me, it's so incredibly rare that in my years of experience, I've never seen it. So I regard it as an invalidation, because the moment the 618 is hit, immediately the probabilities for a wave 4 decrease and probabilities for other scenarios increase. So the moment a 618 is hit, we have to think about a 112 or maybe wave X or B's or a more complex corrective structure when, like, but not a wave 4 anymore, because we trade probabilities. The moment wave 4 hits the 618, it pretty much invalidates a wave 4, and other scenarios become a lot more likely. So that is the thought behind that 618, because we know the common target is 05 to the 236, which also means the fips outside, especially above the 05, are very, very, very rare. And the 618, I think maybe on the Elite Currency website of Elliott Waves, I think they mentioned the 618 as an incredibly rare target, but that is exactly it. It's incredibly rare. I've never seen it, and that's the reason why I regard it as an invalidation, because it doesn't make sense probability wise, because we want to trade the higher probabilities, but the moment you get such a retracement for 4, it pretty much destroys the probabilities of a wave 4. So just like with expanding structures, only if all of the other stuff doesn't work anymore are we going to look for a wave 4 hitting the 618. But therefore, you first have to disregard all the other possibilities before we think about it. But you'll always find, so far in my history, always find a better probability scenario. So it's true, George, but this is something that I use from my experience and all the knowledge I have consumed over the years. But people are, of course, free to do what they feel is good to them. And you are correct that the total invalidation for wave 4, if we look for an impulse, is overlap with wave 1. The moment that happens and you think about a wave 4, you need to think about a diagonal, or it's a double 1-2. Or, of course, you continue to the downside. What's up, Flotty? Good question, George, by the way. Very, very good question. And I hope also with the answer, people here learn more about the targets and the change in probabilities. These are the best questions that you or viewers can give. Questions where I can explain Elliott Waves, which hopefully teaches people something as well. Flotty, Pistachio, Mark, what's up? Will we hit a retracement to 43K? I mean, well, yeah. I mean, this comment, of course, was made before I went through the whole analysis. So if it's still a question, then you can, of course, ask me, but I pretty much explained everything. Same with Kaito, of course. Welcome, by the way. Ronnie, Kaito, welcome. Ben, what's up? Morning. If we bounce from, say, the 10236 at 39.8, that would form a new low and grab liquidity. 39.8. Well, you do grab the liquidity, and you, of course, make a new low here as well. But then we want to see some proof of support, like is it going to hold? That is important. Unless your strategy is like you can catch quick moves, like a scalper. Usually you need some order flow for this, but it could definitely grab liquidity and then return to the upside, or the yellow box is interesting support. I checked this one. Almost forgot the like button. Mark, that's impossible. Robots 39.850. And POC, wait, I actually have I have one at 39.500 here. Oh, by the way, I have to remove these. There we go. Well, oops, maybe, Ultron. What's up? How you doing? Good morning. What's up, Moonboot Boy? Skywalker, Mark Daddy. So if it hasn't been taken, if this low is not taken, probabilities are higher. The next move up is a wave C, which then increases probabilities of the bigger flat scenario or a WXY to the upside. TPO settings have been shown. What's up, Broncos? How you doing? Buenos dias. We went over this one of John. If that's 5 ways down, the low doesn't need to be as good as the top. The top was a major top, but the low was a 1 or A. Yes, that is currently the higher probability. Exactly, John. Yeah. Viva Span. Dutch crypto trading. How are you doing? Post a fractal chart on Discord. Not sure the count is right, but it looks very the same. What's your name in Discord? Dutch crypto trading. Is it Dutch crypto trading? Oh, yeah, it is. A fractal. You posted a fractal. Where is the... Must be this one. I'm not really sure where to look. Wait, probably this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah, I know where this is from. This was the retracement, the second time we hit 30K. Yes. Yes, I know, because we shorted this pivot. Bearish CVDs here. And then we moved towards the 24. So I count this differently, this area here. But you could get a similar structure. Yes, that's definitely something to keep in mind. Good find as well. I need a woman that speaks to me the way Koen speaks about his waves. What do you want me to reply to this? What's up, Cheese? Welcome here. Bitcoin boss wave is C. To the upside, you mean then, I guess. But yeah, has potential. We got to get back inside this range, inside the white boxes. We answered this one. 7K subs coming today. I'm not sure, man. I'm not sure. It's crazy to think we flipped the year with 5.8K subs. Started on the 20th of January last year. And in less than a month, we are already 1K up, which is insane. So thank you everyone for hanging out and being interactive as well. I love live streaming, man. I love live streaming. For the new ones here, I usually update the charts on YouTube 3 times a day. I share my chart as well. You can find the link in the description, so you can always see my chart if it's on, which usually it is. So if I change counts and whatever, then you can see what I changed live. But yeah, usually I post 3 updates a day: morning, afternoon, and evening, Central European time. And we like to be live as well. 80 to go. I have no idea where we are. I didn't look too much at the number before we went live, but we'll see. It's more about delivering quality content, and you know, if people are happy, then we'll see what they do. 6933 at the moment. I see. I know it's weekend, but I really don't enjoy wave 2 that long. Correct. Sundays can move if they want to. I would have expected a dump if we weren't to get a C up to at some point. Yes. And of course, if we would be looking for a wave 3 down or a strong wave C down, we definitely want to see continuation. Local flat is, yeah, it's on the cards. We now have an 886 touch, so that is still a target for BRX. But you need to pass the golden pocket and get back in this range as well. Mirovsky, how are you doing? I'm taking along now. I don't think we will break down. Good luck with your trade, my friend. And make sure your risk management is on point. And if it fits your plan, there is no reason not to take it. If it fits your plan, you got to take the trade, especially if it's based on statistics. You don't know which trade is going to be a winner or a loser, but you know that over many trades, you're going to be a winner. Hannah Rose, how are you doing? Welcome. Let's get the likes up to 100. I don't know. I don't really check the where we at. 73. 10K by May, maybe. I don't know. In March, I will marry in March in South Africa. My fiance is South African. We marry in Cape Town. So March will be an adjusted content plan. I will create content, but it will mainly be live streams. Not that most of you mind that, because the live streams are very popular. But it will be a bit more difficult for me to keep up the consistency. So probably there will be a bit more live streams so that I can analyze the chart with you live. And I also, of course, try to upload videos, but it will be less because I'm out and about. I will marry on the 9th of March. There's family there, there's friends there for the first time. We're all across the world on the other side. So it will be a little bit of a change, but I will keep up making stuff for you, and especially silver, gold, diamond. I try to continue everything I do there. But just know it will be a little bit adjusted. What if the price continues to go down and not give a proper retracement to the upside? What will be the possible count? It depends on the impulsivity, because as mentioned, we could have a 1-2-1-2, like John posted as well in Discord, 1-2-1-2 down, but then 2-3-6 retracement, ABC, WXY, different possibilities. It depends on the structure. But for now, we have a little bit of solid support, right? We are now creeping back inside the range. See what happens if it touches the golden pocket. That's where I have an alarm. So I will turn my sound off in the recording here, or in the stream, so you don't get shocked. So we do have a proper little bounce here, getting back inside the range. That's also what we like to see. Moving to the golden pocket, which is also something we like to see after an 886 touch. Boop, that was my alarm. I'm not even sure, you probably heard it as well. So this is of course what we like to see. Bit of support, creeping back inside the range. See what CVD is doing. We don't have any, we got to go above this high, 41k pretty much. And if we take 41k, then the bearish CVD is invalidated. So that is pretty much this high. Gotta take that high. We're now at the golden pocket. Pop, 1 second. Little in-betweening. Holy moly. Right, where's chat? The more people talk about price, we'll never go there. He's talking about the subs. This was for in Twitch terms, it would have been nice to post the emote clueless, you know, there. But I still think we go down on the 30k just for the liquidity, and then the real bull run will start. Yeah, that's like the high time frame scenarios. Yeah, check 5 min time frame went above the 618. I'm looking at this one here. This is the important one, which is taken from this high to from this low to this high, which of course is a bit unique, but you want to see the 886 touch, and then quite often, I don't know why, price retraces back to the golden pocket. What's up, Vivek? How you doing? Skyto. Ooh, holy moly. Wait, we were here. Skyto. Are really some altcoin trying to hold one big one? Is it a sign that BTC wants to move up? Potentially, but I don't really use altcoins to guide Bitcoin. I prefer to count just Bitcoin. You can use altcoin movements, of course, in combination with what Bitcoin might do. Usually Ethereum is used and not really all of the other stuff. But It's a way of analyzing the chart. Bitcoin bulls, maybe a wave 2 of larger, wave 4 down. Yes, but then I prefer wave B to be higher, right? So if we're looking for a big ABC, then yes, you could have those targets, absolutely. But this being wave B is a 0.236 touch is just generally very rare. So then you're looking for pretty much this, where your A or 1 is here, your B or 2 is here, and then you move down. But this is a 236 retracement from the high, from the high to the low, which is not great. But yes, that is definitely an area of interest. 35K, like the lower 30s, the mid 30s, absolutely. 34K is the beginning of the weekly gap down there as well. Panut, how are you doing? 38K, close the golden pocket. Yeah, we are there now, so that's nice. It's bouncing, exactly. Video Kingdom, what's up? This is not a bounce. Oh, it's a decent little move. Again, from the 886, but the golden pocket, as always, important. Small little bearish CVD here, as we notice. So we definitely want to take 41K and move above. 40.6. Yeah. Going below the SR is not great. So now you want to flip this back, of course, to support, to enter the back inside the range. 40.3. It's always Gabriel doesn't say much, but if he or she says something, right, it's always the numbers. And for me, it's like a puzzle. So 40.3, that's where we are now. 42,650, that would be a wave C. 39.3, that would be a B flat. 45, yeah, that's the flat scenario. For then an A, B, C, finishing C at 45.5, which is the end of the high degree wave B, and then 31K is your C. Yes, that is indeed a scenario there. Yep. Hit a like, L Jones, thank you. T on main support. I had that done the other day, and then it was painful thinking my teeth are. Yeah. So now I got toothpaste because she said which one do you use, and I just use normal good toothpaste, right? Nothing special, just normal proper good toothpaste. I have like the electric, like, and now I have what was it, Elmex sensitive something, you know what I mean? So yeah, the sound of that machine alone hurts. Yeah, man, holy moly. Based on the halving, do some TA. Well, the TA for the higher time frame I just did. I actually don't know when the halving is, because I don't follow fundamentals, which includes Bitcoin. So when is it, guys? Was this year? No. What was it? April? May? I heard, I've seen that in Discord. What was it? Wedding live stream. Which, yeah, I'm not really up to date with the halving, as I don't really focus on the cycles with regards to the halving. I really only look at the chart. But you can use that information and the previous cycles for your analysis. And I always say it, but I think everyone should always respect everyone's analysis. I don't care what you use. If you make it work and you are profitable, that's what you want. If you use trend lines, Fibonacci, halving cycles, the moon phases, whatever it is, if you make it work, you're good. That is what is most important. You should never care someone burning your technical analysis or your chart, because it's not about them. It's an egoistic industry. If you trade profitably, then fuck the others, right? So very simply, if you post a chart in some random group and there's this little bitch that says, no, that cannot be true, this, that, does that, you have to use this, you got to learn that because XYZ, you just put him on silent and you just continue with the rest of your day. There's no point in trying to there's no point in trying to convince someone else that your way of technical analysis is better if you have the same style. So we all, many of us do Elliott waves. So of course we have the same style. We can use other confluences with Elliott waves, but Elliott waves by itself has a certain rule book. So we can talk about the, analysis and the chart and the waves and all that good stuff, which makes sense. But if you have your own personal developed trading strategy and it works, there's no reason to change it because someone says your chart is shit or your trend lines. Oh, you only use trend lines? Wow, that's so amateur. I use order flow. It doesn't matter. You can be more profitable with trend lines than with order flow if your strategy works, if you have a good plan and a good strat. So, yeah. Thanks, Andrew, by the way. So the halving, you can definitely use these fundamentals, the halving, the ETF and other stuff for trades. The ETF was arguably for a news event, a beautiful short because you know there's going to be greed and hype and people might buy and it just adds liquidity for a move down. What was it? Buy the news? No? Buy the rumor, sell the news. Thank you, Kunz. May also you share and how you do it. Thanks, George. And again, good question. How can I trade Elliott waves? I'm new here, so I don't know how, I guess, to trade the scenarios. Well, first of all, especially if you're new, you don't trade my scenarios. You need to trade your own scenarios. Because, of course, this is not a financial advice channel, as none of the YouTube channels is. First of all, Sylvie, welcome. Good to have you here. But to immediately be very direct, nothing of what I show is in any shape, like whatever, blah, 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 form, advice. So if you want to trade Elliott waves, you will always trade your own personal developed trading strategy or your own wave count, your own preferred scenario. Now, if we talk about how do you trade Elliott waves, which is a general question not related to any of the content on the channel, of course, then you will always trade the preferred scenarios that have a higher probability, and the alternative scenarios are just in case the preferred one is invalidated. So you keep trading your preferred scenario till the moment your stop loss is pretty much hit, because the invalidation should be at the invalidation of the scenario. And then the moment your invalidation is hit, which is your stop loss, you immediately switch to your alternative scenario, which now becomes your preferred. And because of the switch, you now need a new alternative scenario. So you always have a backup. Now, sometimes you will encounter moments that the chart is not too clear. You don't know if probabilities are higher for up or down. It all feels a little bit neutral. Well, that is a great moment to don't do anything, right? That's a great moment to just wait for more information to form, and then later we can enter something again. Because we don't have to trade every wave and every move. It's about trying to catch the highest probability moves. And it's also not about catching highs or lows. It's about catching the 40, 50, 60, 70% between the high and the low. So Elliott waves is very much about the like trading the higher probability scenario. And preferably, in my case, I like to use other stuff besides just Elliott waves, which you can always see on the chart as well. But I have a whole personal developed trading strategy for entries. So it's not just Elliott waves, because for me it's too vague. It's not it's too subjective still, and I need very, very, very strict entry rules and all that stuff, because it's just my personality. So I got other things with it. Yeah. So I would suggest starting learning Elliott Wave, Sylvie. There is 2 sources in the description. There is the bit.ly below the education title. You have the bit.ly Elliott Wave detailed and the Elliott Wave more information. Start with the detailed one. Study it like you're at university. Try to implement it. and get your counts, and then eventually you go into a state of actually trading it. And if you want more guidance, then the gold membership is the Elliott Wave course, which is all my brains of Elliott Waves are in those videos. Does Elliott Wave cause you analysis paralysis when you're using? No. However, in the past, so I do have a video on my channel, by the way. If you go to the videos and you click on analysis, or you search for analysis paralysis, you will find a video that I made which was about analysis paralysis. And for me, that is the reason why I use the boxes, because it's very clean. I like clean charts. I like empty charts. I don't like all the shit going on. I know the scenarios, they're in my head, they're in my folders. I can quickly open scenarios if I wish to as well. So it makes the chart very clean and very organized, very structured. And the way that I coped with analysis paralysis that I definitely had in the beginning of my career, not knowing where and what to trade, and I didn't really have a personal trading strategy yet. The target boxes really helped me to structure the areas of interest, to look for reactions there, and look for potential setups as well. But in the end, now I have a very, very, very strict personal developed trading strategy, which is based on statistics. So a lot of statistics. And if there's a setup, I always take it. And if there's no setup, I don't take it. And if it doesn't happen often, but if there's a setup where it's very questionable, then I do sometimes prefer to just stay out. But this is all according to my personal trading strategy, which has 7 rules, and it's very deep dive based on stats. Not doing altcoins at the moment, sir. We will do the big altcoin stream soon. My dentist called himself a smile designer. Lots of tattoos, EDM music, pumping in the waiting rooms. Always an experience to go there. Sounds like a fun dude, though. What's up, Hunter? How you doing? Dasa Gaming, welcome. Tof, how you doing? Welcome. Don't sleep on like button, lads. It's always in the same place. Always in the same place. You long the 886 can be a good strat. Can you share your top micro cap alts? I have no idea what alts will do good or bad, because I'm not involved with any alts, really. So it will be difficult for me, Jones, to answer your question here. That would be a complete guess. Because I haven't done any analysis. I don't know any alts. It's not that I don't like them, but I just trade Bitcoin, and I am thinking about adding ETH and Solana to the plan as well, because they, based on statistics from other members in Diamond, those are the two that do very well with the strategy. So arguably adding these, but yeah, I'm not too involved with many charts, because the more charts, the more time, and I don't have that time. I also have a lot of other stuff. I love the alarm sounds. I just have a like beep, very simple. What's up, Mart? Haiku, wedding in March and live update. So we're gonna see you in a suit. Probably not though. I saw wedding live stream here, Dawa. Yeah. Gotta ask my fiance about that one, but I don't think that's gonna happen. But I already have my suit, as in the last adjustments and things are being made, and then I pick it up, I think, in 2 weeks. I think the 3rd of February. The corporate chartier and wedding ceremony will be epic. Bullish. Everything will be bullish that day, Nick. Koen, ik heb een chart gekozen in Discord channel Bitcoin TA World. Real World is de naam. Let me have a little again. Oop. Keep him big. A flat can reach the 09, yes. But then your wave A, of course, has to be a 3-wave structure. Your wave B is 0.9, so yes, Pedro. Is Pedro here? I'm actually not sure. Let me reply with yes. So we at least got that one. Real world. Oh wow, you used the Heikin-Ashi candles. Wait, what chart is this? Oh wait, this is Bitcoin 41. What time frame are we talking about here? Okay, this is like a weekly or a daily. I see. So my question to you will be, what's your subdegree of wave 1? How do you count a 5-wave impulsive structure to the upside here, right? And of course, keep in mind the rules as well. So if this is a wave 1, and this is a question back, right? Was there any question here? No. So if this is your wave 1, you have to count the lower degree, meaning the 4-hour chart, and count an impulse to the upside that follows the rules of an impulsive structure and then finishes at your high of 1. Usually, especially when people are starting to count, it's really good to have half of, or if you have a 2-screen desktop, one screen the chart, other screen all the rules, and you know, a website so you can Ctrl F through everything. So that would be my thought. If you want my answer, then I'm currently not looking for this high to be the wave 1 high, based on the sub-degree count of this structure to the upside. We could get a retracement down and then another push, but I would then be looking preferably for a 4-5 and then a bigger move down. Or we have a double 1-2 and a bigger wave 3 up. So your wave 3 will be extended to higher prices. Or you stop at around 55 or whatever K and you move down again. Because then we have 4-5 retracement or 1-2-1-2 and a bigger push. So I'll check that in a second. Let's see where the chart is. And of course we are chatting here. So yes, pin pen. Okay, I'll check it. I'll check it in a second. Let me have a quick look. 84 days and 14 hours. Oh, the halving. 22nd of April. Okay. So it's in April. Skyto. It's nice, no? It's nice. It's nice. Man, it's so beautiful. It's always a reaction. 886 to the golden pocket. Observe the reaction at the golden pocket and then take it from there. Yeah, it's so good. Nothing really going on at the moment. You still need to take this high at 41K to get rid of the bearish CVD. Potentially you have a bit of a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 structure here. So we now closed, or well, we're working on a close above the white box now as well. But you want to take this high really, 41K. Thanks, Dealey. So pin pen chart, we can check the halving as well in a second to see where price may be. That's why we're right today. I never expected to be this right. Yeah, we never know how right we're gonna be till price show what's gonna happen, eh? You never know, but it's good to be right. Like your analysis was spot on then. Which version shows first, CVD or MFI? Well, they are completely different indicators, because MFI is also a momentum indicator while CVD is all about absorption. So the MFI will share a divergence first, but the question is how many more lows or highs are you going to make before MFI is finally correct? The only thing it shows is a decrease in momentum. But what it doesn't show is when the probabilities are highest to turn around, because you can have multiple bearish or bullish divergences on an MFI before you finally start to turn around. It shows momentum is decreasing, but it doesn't give you a like an entry signal per se. While with the CVD, you get the lower lows or the higher highs, and then eventually you get a retracement down with a correction back up, or the other way around, you get a bounce to the upside and a retracement down. And then you're going to be looking for CVD divergences, which then aims at, or what you're aiming to see is absorption of market longs or market shorts with limit long or limit short orders. And the absorption can be a signal for then a push, like a continuation. So actually having a solid high or low in and then continue. So it's a whole different way of trading these. Of course, everyone has a different preference, and definitely people will use MFI, RSI, stochastic. But my preferred indicator by a mile is the CVD. For me, nothing comes close, because CVD shows you live market buying or selling, and it shows absorption. You got to use it in the context, of course, of where price is. So at support, resistance, or together with other confluences. But oh boy, is it so much better for me than any other indicator. But that is for me, that's a personal opinion. That is nothing against the indicators, because MFI can be very, very good, just like RSI. But I just don't use it myself. Hannah Rose, I like short trading, got wrecked in 2022, and so I started to trust. Now I can spot a top much easier than I can spot a bottom. It's always difficult to spot any of these, but I hope you caught the 69K high. That was a nice one. And yeah, the bottom depends also what kind of trader one is, right? Swing trading, yeah, you want to catch a solid move, of course, on a high time frame. But for day trading, it doesn't really matter. For investing, it might matter, right? Maybe also depends on the confluences that you're using. Some of them might be better for weakness towards the upside. Oh, we start to show weakness in the trend, compared to showing that same weakness when price is moving down. So let me quickly look at the chart of PinPen for a second here. Could we have an expanded fifth like this to end a wave 1 or A, assuming we don't take the low first degree? In this scenario, the retrace to 0 would be a wave 4. Yes, but then you still want to see. So this is the whole thing. You're correct. The weakening naked point of control is correct, but you still want to see that move up to take the high of your A here, and that is the big thing. So yes, but there's a couple of scenarios that we look at if price takes the high of A. You could have the diagonal here. That's correct. 1, 2, 3, 4. A, B, C, A, B, C. So yes, it's still early to call a diagonal, right? Preferably, I like to start calling diagonals or talking about diagonals when we reach wave 4. And now we don't even have wave 2. But it's a good scenario to keep in mind. But generally, the move would be still taking the high of A, which is the important move. And then we have a potential flat WXY to the upside. You can have the ending diagonal. So this is when it opens up the possibilities. So yes. Thanks again, Dealey. Factions weekly, but the wave count is on a different time frame. April weekly, the wave count is on a different time frame. Pleasure, Facts. I guess maybe I already answered your question there. How could I have benefited from using fib trend time? Well, time is, so in Elliott waves, price is not only related, or Elliott waves is not only related by price, it's also very, very much related by time. Time is an incredibly important element in Elliott waves. And the benefit of using fib time is being more accurate with your scenarios, as you know that a wave C compared to a wave A or a wave Y compared to a wave W generally ends most commonly between a 0.618 and a 1.618 fib time. Wave 5 and wave 1 tend to be around the 0.618 and 1.618 in time if wave 3 is extended. If we look at a W, X, Y, X, Z, wave W, Y, and Z tend to be around the same structure, like a 1-to-1. A wave B or a wave X can be very, very long, while a wave 2 generally doesn't surpass the 5 or 6 fib time of its wave 1. So the moment that happens, you're going to look more for wave Bs compared to wave 2s, which means the next move up has a higher probability of being a C compared to a 3, which impacts the scenario because you're then going to look later for another move down. So you can see that fib time is important in estimating the probabilities of your scenarios. And also in the book of Elliott waves, which I have on my desk here. I have a couple of books on my desk, but also this one. Time is also very, very, very important. I gotta go to the webcam here, and then let me see this one and chapter 4. So those are the two I want to check. So, by the way, Elliott wave principle, right? Blips. Guidelines of wave formation. Alternation, that is time. Wave 2 tends to be deep, simple, short. Wave 4 tends to be long, shallow, complex. Right? So we have alternation. Then we have over here wave equality, which is about time, right? Then we have the right look, that's also about time. And then over here, we have ratio analysis and Fibonacci time sequences. Chapter 4, this is all about time. And yeah, time is very, very important because it will help you with your scenarios. And the moment things are very much out of context, the probabilities decrease of these scenarios. That's also the issue that I have a little bit with the wave ABC here, which is the reason I want to see local support, because this wave B is now about like, I don't know, like 20 or 21 times bigger than your wave A for an ABC. It's possible, it's definitely higher probability this is a wave B in an ABC compared to this being the low of a wave 2, right? Also because we hit the 886, and the 886 rare for 2, common for B or X. So any move to the upside now based on time and price and fib is a higher probability for being a wave C instead of an impulse to the upside. So this is how also time can help you, because this is very long for a wave 2, but a wave B can be incredibly long as well. So yeah, unfortunately not John. I best is to, in Discord, to ask Dario, because Dario is the AGGR magician pretty much. But I think AGGR is more like a tool for crypto. But I'm not sure. I've never used it. So at least we hit the golden pocket, closed another candle on the white box, right? That's what we like to see. We still have the bearish CVD divergence here, so you do want to still pass 41K to invalidate these, which is the one you see over here. Lower high, higher high. Not yet any bullish CVD divergences. We might be, like probably John would count as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, correction and continuation, possibly there. But yeah, we might finally get a bit of a move here. Would be nice, no? Would be very nice. What's up, Carl? Yeah, we had a... Oh, wait. Boop. Let me quickly remove you. No hard feelings, and then get you back. So that because else I can't pin my comment. I don't know, it's a YouTube thing, but now I can. Ta-da. Can you teach us how to check bearish and bullish divergences? With the CVD, yes. But I have a whole video about this. So if you go to my channel, this is here, and then go to Kunst Trading. I have a whole video prepared for you, which is all about this question. So we go to CVD, this video here. It will show you everything. And then also in Discord, in the Good to Know channel, I have this one pager. So you know all about CVD by checking the one pager. The video is also here. Click here. You have the link here, AGGR, Bitcoin, ETH, Sol templates. This is mine. So you can just download my template and play around with it. Feel free to change everything, you know, whatever you like. Yeah. So in short, with CVD, you're looking for a lower high on price and a higher high on the CVD, bearish divergence, which is what we currently have here still, lower high, higher high. So you want to see this invalidated. The moment price moves above this high, it invalidates the bearish CVD. We also had bearish CVD here, right, during the bounce. We had bearish CVD here as well. And now we have bullish CVD, higher low in price at the lows here. But you do want to invalidate the bearish ones, the smaller ones, right? But a higher low on price, lower low on the CVD. That is a bullish CVD divergence. Now, of course, not every CVD divergence plays out. You got to know the context, different time frames. CVD is best used on the lower time frames, below 1 hour, 3, 5 minute, 50 minute, 30 minute. I probably prefer the 15-minute most because it's not too hectic. You know, 5 and 3 minute charts can be quite unlike hectic charts. A lot of stuff happening. But I do like to observe the reaction when we are at important areas. And now we are retesting the golden pocket with a little bit of bearish CVD divergences. So you definitely want to see these invalidated for price to move to the upper side of the range. And if it does, probabilities increase to take the high. So, yeah. So if I make a little screenshot, let me go to the 15. So here we have the bearish one. Yes, you can see that. And then we have the bullish one. The thing with the bullish one, however, is that the more local CVDs matter the most. Because you can have a dump to the downside based on bearish CVDs, and you can have a great bull CVD here, but it doesn't matter if locally you continue to create bear CVD with every bounce that you get. So you want to see that invalidated. If we hit 31K, 32K, what will be the structure to take the high again? A double one. Oh, and then lower at 13K. Well, for a wave 4, your target invalidation is 34K. The only scenario that would happen for that to happen would be a big macro WXY. But that would mean you need a zigzag from the all-time high to 15K. Your X is a zigzag to 49K. And your Y is going to be a flat where you move down to 31, 32, which is your A. Then you get a B into the 50s or even close to 60s even. And then you move down in a very big wave C. But probabilities are not on the side of this scenario at the moment because of the double zigzag in wave W. Another scenario, you go down there, 31, 32 would be a double 1-2, but then you're not going to come back to 13K. So, yeah, preferably your you don't go that low and then take the high again if you want to see 13K, pretty much. TPO on the 886 is not really important as we are looking for D low, which is this one here. This is the low that matters here. But if we look at the 886 loading, it's also doubles, so not a single row. Right, same problem here. So it looks weak to you, that is correct. But it's mainly about it, like it's about important pivots. So it's not about every high and every low, but you mainly want to use it to identify potential turnarounds. And if we would now retrace towards 45, 46K, right, we might over here. This would be interesting, right? If price trickles down, grabs the liquidity, maybe we move towards the 39K area. Beautiful, doesn't matter. And then you get a wick and you move up. Preferably here, you get a strong low, not a weak one, not a poor low. We want a strong low. This is a poor low. And it will take some time as well, by the way, to create these strong or high, poor or strong highs or lows. So of course here you wick the high, yeah, you create multiple 1 hour candles. Why did it change here? I have so many more now. I don't know if I accidentally clicked on. Okay, that's better. So you have a row of 4. But at that moment in time, you want to then see the reaction, of course, and a proper rejection down. And the moment you get the proper rejection, that is when it becomes like the confidence is higher. This is a strong high, and the probabilities are higher for a bigger retracement. Especially because you're at a target area here. We have been in an uptrend for a very long time. We're looking for retracements, and it's also the context again, right? We can't use a single indicator as a buy or sell thingy. It's always in the context of, but that would be how to use it. The book is Elliott Wave Principle, Frost and Prechter, which is published by Elliott Wave International. That's the place to be. Bitcoin dominance going crazy. Something happening on the dominance chart. Holy moly. Wait, I haven't. Why do I have the 886? Ah, interesting. On a 4-hour chart, it did hit the 886. On a 12-hour also. On a daily, not. Where's my wick? Hello? Interesting. Yeah, so I actually, funny enough, have a Elliott Wave count on this one. I don't know who asked about this recently. These are big resistances for the dominance, 57 and 59. Oh yeah, this would your bearish count, your bullish count, but more locally, oh yeah, this is what we were looking for. With one more high at least. Also because of the 886 touch. On the 12-hour, 6-hour, 4-hour, we hit the 886, increasing probabilities. Any move down is a wave B or wave C or Y, increasing probabilities to take the highs later. So, yeah, the reason I have a circle here is because of the volume. If I do it like this, so the highest amount of volume in wave 3 of 3, and that. Alien Guru, what's up? How you doing? Thanks for the 2, mate. Shorted at 48,100 with 125 leverage. TP is 38k. Yes. Well, you might have to. I mean, you're in a short, so you're likely getting paid for being in the short. 48,100. That's, oh wow, that's an amazing entry as well. Very, very nice entry. Risky on the leverage, but if it's your plan and strategy, you should execute it. So 48.1. Yeah, probabilities are not on the side that the bounce you get here is going to take the high at the moment. However, this is important resistance. The main question is, what's your plan? Your plan is TPing 38k. So yeah, if that's your plan, then you just gotta wait and see what price is gonna give you, and it might go to 38k straight, might go up and then move to 38k, or it then stops you out at break even probably. But at least you have your plan with your TP set. And yeah, if it's a plan that is based on statistics, then you just got to always follow the plan and stick to the statistics. Yeah. Holy shit. According to the same man, Bitcoin would surely be 100. Who is the same man in this case? It's simply too easy open a sheet and predict they are not busy, so I presume the BTC him safe level as last March at around 25k. Liberty is gone, the pre-expectation for this point is still air. From that day I'm out on my previous Bitcoin, all gone. The idea about Bitcoin being implemented is many steps and there will. Holy moly, I'm on Swedish company possible. What the hell is this? This is the best channel. Well, thank you, Catman. I appreciate it. Koons. Holy moly, there's so much happening at the same time. We talk about Bitcoin, then we talk about COVID, and then we talk about inflation. What's up, Bitkim? How you doing? Exactly, John. That's the way to go. Alien Guru, pleasure. Do you have any Elliott Wave course in your mentorship? Yes, that is the gold membership. Most members in gold are, well, actually kind of all members in gold are able to just follow the course in 1 month, because I tried, I like to be to the point. I don't know, it's like 10 or 11 videos Elliott Wave wise, and then I have a few about target box and some other stuff. So let's say, I don't know, 15 videos of like an hour, 1.5, because I did it during live streams, but it's very concise, and then some questions after. So yeah, and most of them are pretty much all are able to do it in 1 month. So then it's like just 1 month membership, and they have the full course and the content. And then many drop back to either silver, go up to diamond, or they quit. Yeah. So the Elliott Wave course would be gold. Yeah. And if you look at the join video, you'll see a bit of what is in there, because I think I showed a playlist, so you get an idea. The book is so Elliott Wave Principle. So no idea who Ketman was talking about here, and then sir, kindly tell Joseph, welcome first of all, but we focus on Bitcoin at the moment, as usually on the channel, but we will do a big altcoin stream soon, so stay like 6 hours going through the alts with the wheel of names, and we pick a new alt every time, so it's going to be exciting. Congrats on the stocks, I suppose. Best channel, thank you. Hello, because you think that detachment can be bad for Bitcoin as the general market need to accept. I am completely. I'm not a fundamental trader. I don't know any fundamentals, so I wouldn't know what inflation or detachment of inflation is going to do to price, and how it would impact, I don't know, maybe mining and that sort of stuff. That's way outside of my league. I am 200% technical only, pretty much. So I wouldn't know what the effect is here, and if it's bad or good. Is there a play scenario that you expect to open a trade, or at least start checking the 7 rules of entry? Yeah, there's always opportunities. However, based on the price action we have here, after this move up and the move down, and so far there is no interest or no reason yet for me to check the rules. I have them ready. I have them prepared. I always have my folder here with my rules and the setup, but at the moment there's nothing going on yet. So which is also the reason that I can stream, because generally, of course, I also try to time it, that because if I trade, I want to be focused, and it's very difficult to stream on YouTube and then also really focus on all the steps and doing everything. So so at the moment there's no reason for me yet to check anything. How many hours do you have in TradingView? Holy shit, I don't know. You seem familiar. I don't even know if I can check how many hours I have with the window open, but it's a lot if that is the case, because usually I have it open on my PC. So yeah, that must be a lot of hours for sure. Little bearish CVD on blue played out by taking this low here. Bearish. Did I say bullish? I don't know. Bearish CVD played out here. So we're now still at the support area. Nothing has changed here. Double bottom is possible. Oh yeah, I mean, you can still get an ABC and a wave C to the upside, absolutely. But you do have some bearish CVDs. You want to take 41k to invalidate these. The golden pocket is now acting as resistance. 886 touch gives probabilities to taking this low at a later stage, either sooner or later, either move down directly or move up in a C. Highest probability being a wave C. No one can't be certain. And then come back down later. to take the low. My microphone is working, so probably your sound is muted. Can someone tell him it's his sound? Maybe my net, yeah. Probably, but it's okay. Oh, Gabriel, message retracted. Dux Trader, how you doing? Got late. Actually, I'm on a trip. Ah, have fun with the trip. Bitcoin to zero, exactly. Bitcoin to zero. Bitcoin to 500k. Bitcoin to whatever. You know, the Moon Boys, or what's the opposite? How do you call the people that are calling for Bitcoin 1k, and the people that are so convinced of like the move down? Like we call the one is the Moon Boy. What's the other way around? Yeah, I guess the bears. Yeah, the reg boys, perma bears. Because the thing is, we can't talk about 100k, we can't talk about 10, we can talk about it and we have the scenarios, but we don't yet have the local confirmation of either or. So the moment I see people being incredibly certain about X or Y, because those are Elliott Wave terms, I should say differently. The moment I see people being very, very convinced about 100k or 10k, because you have both, right? Some people are screaming bull market and we go to 100k and and then you have the other side that says no, we go to 10k. But they very much look for scenarios that fit their bias. But locally on the chart, even if we have an impulse down from 49k to where we are now, this can still be an ABC, which is bullish, can still be a 1, 2, 3, which would be bearish, but we don't know. Now, because of the 382 bounce at 24k, probabilities are higher for the bounce at 24k to be a wave B than a 2, because a wave B common target is a 382, which is less common for a wave 2, which of course gives a bit of probabilities to a C. But we still want to see local confirmation, which we don't. So yeah, it's always interesting. Here on the channel, we talk about the targets when we have the cycle video that I do every Sunday night, right? Cycle, macro, high time frame. We talk both about the 10k and we talk about the target at the 100k, and we do talk about probabilities there as well. But more locally here, there is no confirmation for either or. Of course, we can talk about volume, the 382 bounce at 24k. Volume, not great. 382 bounce, more B than 2. But as long as I don't see confirmation locally, you know, I will not shout, oh, we go 10k next YOLO, you know, like everyone's short. Because the 382 is still a wave 2 target as well, and if you're in a bigger wave 1, the volume can be low in bigger wave 1s. So yeah, trench boys. Can be fast wave C today. I'm expecting by today, tomorrow. I mean, wave A was very quick. Low probabilities you're going to have a wave C that is quicker than A, of course, but you would expect a wave C to be a relatively quick move. But it because wave A is so short, if you look for an ABC here, right, first of all, we want to see 41k taken and go past this golden pocket. We are now ranging inside the support resistance area, so that is important. And then for a wave C, then yeah, you can still have quite a stretched out move, of course, because your wave A is very short, so your wave C can be longer. Usually, actually, wave A is the longer one, and wave C can be the very short one. But in this case, that would be the other way around. But time-wise, your wave C here is definitely going to take more time. But first, you need proof of support, really, and We still got the bearish CVDs here as well, while retesting the golden pocket. John, my question on your alt scenario was, don't you think the B wave target is a bit too, whoops? John, which scenario, because the 2 to the 2.618 is indeed very deep for a wave B. But I'm not sure which one you talk about. What's the price of the 2 and the 2.618, John? Is it pulled from this low here to this high? Or are we talking about the bigger flat? So this is your A, then B, and then a C. Where is the... this one? Because this one is the normal fibs. 1.236. 1.618 is still fine. Little less common though. And then we have this one here. 1.236 to the 1.38. That would be so brilliant. Yeah, exactly, Mr. Brownbug. Every year's the same. Bitcoin just fall for Christmas. Oh, Chinese New Year. You could implement it in a strategy. The week before Christmas, or the week before Chinese New Year, you just go full short. When 7K subs? I don't know. It depends on the audience that is watching. I don't know how many of the people here are already subscribers and who's not at the moment. But we are at 6,947, so we have 53 to go. Holy moly, we're almost at 7K. Oh, what the hell? What's your probability on 39.2 being the bottom of Bitcoin before we go higher? Well, if you want that to be the bottom before going higher, then you definitely don't want to see it hit with this structure to the downside. You definitely want the low to be here, move up. You want a high move to the upside, 46K area, 47K area, then move down, hit the 39K, but yeah, you don't want to go down already, because currently if price would correct to the upside now, look at the 1-to-1 to the 1.236. If I move it to the upper area of my target box here, the 1-to-1 minimum target for wave C is already at 37.8. And above this box, we don't have too much left. Yeah, the 886, but you know. So price has to move all the way up to 47.7 to get to 1-to-1 in the 39K box here. So I don't think the probabilities are great for that low to be at 39.2K, was it? Yeah. Oh, but wait. So it depends on what scenario, what time frame you're talking about. So if price would fall, then this is definitely an area of interest for support. Preferably, however, because preferably we're still looking for price to take this high, and I don't care if it first takes the low or it doesn't, but we're actually still looking for price to take the high here. Now if price falls directly, yeah, you have an interesting area at 39.2, yes, for then a bit of a, you know, bounce to the upside. So from that perspective, that could be a low. Even if you have an ABC here, you could have a flat, hit this area 39K and then move back up towards this box. But then we do expect another move down based on the probabilities at the moment. So the low for then new highs is unlikely to be 39K. You would be looking for lower prices in that case. So that was what I mainly spoke about. Congrats on the 7K in advance. Thanks, Doc. Thanks to the maxis, we move in the range. Yeah, it's the market buy and sell orders, right? If we only had limit orders in this industry, Bitcoin would literally be one level, one line, nothing would happen. You need the aggressive buyers and sellers. Just wait until Bitcoin 100K and there will be 10K subs. We are following a 1 to 10. Oh no, we don't, because Bitcoin is at 40 and we are almost at 7. So yeah, maybe. But I think we'll hit the 10K sooner than Bitcoin goes 100K. Binance owned by Chinese BitGet, owned by Chinese OKX. Oh. They decide where goes the indicator directions. I mean, it doesn't matter what indicator you use and what's behind it, what piece of code or, you know, like who's selling or buying, as long as you can use it. So if you can find a way to use the indicator where you're more right than wrong, you have an edge. And it doesn't matter what's happening on the background as long as you can use it in your personal trading strategy, right? So depending on the indicator, maybe someone owns it, maybe someone doesn't. But it doesn't really matter because it won't impact your trading strategy. If you can use that indicator based on statistics, you know how to potentially use that indicator in your trading strategy. And if it makes you more profitable, then yeah, I don't care who owns it, right? So it's more about how can I use this instrument inside my plan to make myself more profitable. What's up, Tarun Mirpuri? Are we in wave 5 from the drop from 49K? Unless it's an ending diagonal, probabilities are low and it's too early to call an ending diagonal. So I'm not really a fan of a wave 5 at the moment. But we are at the 886. So I would suggest checking out the earlier part of the stream. And I think at minute, where were we? We're now at 2 hours 45. What was it, like 40 minutes maybe into the stream? 30 minutes, 40? We were talking about the local price action here as well, because it's a bit complex from a bearish perspective. If you're still looking for a wave 5 to the downside, there's very few options that will get you there. And preferably, we're first looking for price to take this high. And I don't care if it first wants to take the low or not. But even for a wave 5 down, I would still prefer to see the high taken before, like, yeah, wave 5-ish stuff. You could have an ending diagonal like Pinpan showed as well, and also Stuba, I believe. But then you would preferably still see this high taken. So we're just looking a bit here at the chart, proof of support. No, we have a little bit of a bounce, maybe the box here tested, moving back up. You want 41K taken to invalidate the bearish CVDs. That would increase probabilities to move to the higher end of the range. Oh, and you want to go above this high as well. So what happened to Crypto Serbi? I don't know. I don't know Crypto Serbi as well. 1K to the black hole. Oh, I see Core Vision. Yeah, let's see what happens on that day, no? Is it possible to range between 40.3 and 42.2? I mean, we're doing it at the moment, but if price does move up, and especially if it goes above the golden pocket, you know, looking for the high of the range, you have the point of control at 41K. And then if you especially if you move above here, I would look for higher prices than 42K, 42.2K. But so far, this looks decent. the speed is out of the move, right? It's not as impulsive anymore, because now we had a move up, a bit of a range, arguably another move up. So probabilities are always changing, but with what we see here, probabilities start to move up for upside, but you want to see 41k taken, and keep in mind the point of control at 41k as well. The second bigger flat, how does that fit on the bigger count? So that must be this one, no? This flat would then be part of this scenario. One, two, three, four, five, A, B, C, A, zigzag in B, create a strong low here, target box, then a wave C to the upside, moving towards that 45, 46k area. That is the confluence. That's the scenarios basically. At the macro video, 1, 2, 1, 2, and 1, 2. Don't understand the validity of the green 1, 2. It comes out. It just goes against a lot of guidelines that are more often. You mean the Mr. Brownback? You mean the double 1, 2? I see. The reason for the double 1, 2 is it because it is a scenario we have to keep in mind. So you have the impulse 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have the ABC, but there's still the 1, 2, 1, 2 that we can't forget, because the 382, even though at 24k it is a less common target for a wave 2, it is a target. And if you have a strong trending environment, the 382 can increase in probabilities for a wave 2 because you expect more shallow retracements. So the 382 bounce at the first wave 2 at 24k in the double 1, 2 scenario is something we have to keep in mind, with then the second wave 1, which is, by the way, longer on either or. I think on log scale the second wave 1 is longer, while on the linear scale it's not, or the other way around. And then we look for another wave 2 and a move up. So it's not a scenario that is invalidated. It's still a scenario that we have on the chart. And the green 1, 2 markings in this case, based on current market structure, if 49k would be the high of that wave 1, then we would be looking for a wave 2, second wave 2 in that target area. It's not the preferred scenario at the moment, but it is one that we have to keep in mind. And then as we get more information, that is when we look which one becomes more probable. Close your shorts, guys, so we can move lower. If the top is 49k and we retrace for wave 2 at 45k, the 1.618 for wave 3 will be around 31k. How can we go to 12, 13k? Well, a wave 3 can extend very, very far. The 3.618 is easy target if you have a very extended wave 3. You can even go to a 4.618. I mean, look at the move to the upside from 24.7k to 49k, and pull a fib from 24 to, I don't know, 27 or something, and then the retracement, and check the wave 3. It's a very long one, so it can definitely extend very far. Yes. So solid move, right? Solid move. You have a potential 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 finished, ABC finished, continuation on the lower time frames here, which of course means we look for 41k to be taken, and the point of control preferably to be flipped as well. No, it's a very shallow retracement though. If we think about a wave C to the upside, this is a 382. Yes. target nonetheless. You are at support here as well, so decent, no, decent. I have a DCA strategy which uses a backtester and over 2 years give an average return of 11% a day, or 0.11. Yeah, that's a nice strategy that you have, sir. That's very, very nice indeed. Make sure to use it. Make sure to use it. Yeah, I know about this one. Not focusing on altcoins at the moment, Michelle, but welcome though. We will do a big altcoin stream, but it will be, it's being planned, and it's going to be like a long one. Is there a way to use your chart in TradingView? Yes, my sharing is on. You can't use my chart, you can't use my object tree, but you can see what I have on my chart by clicking on the link in the description. My sharing is on at the moment, so whenever I change something, people can see it. What's up, Davey? How are you doing? Welcome. Can we consider it as support after the retest 15 min? Depends on your plan and strategy, but for now, yes, it acts as support. You move to the higher end, you move to the lower end, and you move back up. So golden pocket being tested for the second time. 41k is important to invalidate the bear CVD with increased probabilities to move to the upper side of the range. And then we take it from there, potential C to the upside, yeah. And now I have to drag it, make it a little bit longer. Yeah, I mean 43, wait 1 second, the ABC target would be, where is it? Yeah, pretty much 42,500, 43k. And then you're going to enter the range, the previous range here, which of course is interesting, yeah. What's up, Abdul? Hey, my guy, I hope you're doing well. Just curious if you don't mind, can you tell the win rate that someone can achieve with Elliot? I wouldn't be able to tell you like only using Elliott Waves, because I use other stuff and a whole personal developed trading strategy. So I wouldn't be able to give you just Elliott waves because I don't trade just Elliott waves. So that's difficult for me to say. And I use other stuff as well. So if you really want to have only statistics about Elliott waves, not using anything else, I wouldn't know where to find them, as I personally see most other Elliott wave analysts as well using other stuff to validate certain scenarios or increase probabilities for certain scenarios. So it would still be best, I suppose, to use Elliott waves as a directional bias and then use it in confluence with other tools to decide entries. Yeah. Should roll over and take the lows. Yeah, let's see what it does. Now second test at the golden pocket. Not shabby. Yasser, welcome. G-Boy, what's up? Bitcoin upset up. Big gains. Could we get this move over with? I need to take my son to swimming practice. Yeah. As long, I mean, if you're not in the water, you can keep your phone open and have a look at the chart. Set an alarm. Can always set a stop limit order if price would move above a certain level. Can we share our P&L in your Discord? No, because no one cares about someone else's P&L. That's the beautiful thing that I've experienced in many other groups, which is also the reason I wrote this message. Wait, I wrote this once. So, because no one cares, really. This one. So someone shared, like I saw more and more of those P&L screenshots being shared. And I've seen it, and you can stop the stream and read this, but I saw the effect that it has on especially beginning traders in other groups. And what are people trying to achieve by showing a P&L? I got 1,000% gain with my $1 sniping the low. Like, you know, I think the best sentence here is, or probably the, like, it's this one here. Like, usually you only share it to feel good, get compliments, you know, like get some likes. But rarely is someone actually asking like, yo, I need your profit screenshot in my life, else I can't trade. Please post how much percentage you are in a gain. Usually people post the gains. On average, they post a lot more gains than their losses. But the gain you don't see might be a $1 trade, 200x leverage, sniping the low, and then they're lucky and they post it. But they may have taken 100 $1 trades, 200x, trying to get all the other lows, and they lost. But you don't know. So there's literally no benefit at all for anyone. It doesn't help anyone to share a P&L screenshot. What does help is to explain to others why you took a trade at a certain level. What was the TA? What was the thought behind it? The why. The why is important, but the screenshot, everyone is in the industry for him or herself, and usually these screenshots is more like an ego boost. Yeah. But in the end, Abdul, thanks for asking, first of all. Good question. And it's best to explain why you take a trade and explain your technical analysis. I think that is very valuable. And that is also what the group is focused on. It's more focused on teaching, helping others, TA, and it's less about the screenshots, I suppose. Can someone call my client so I can have time to learn Elliott waves? Maybe someone here in chat wants to take over for you. Not sure if your boss is gonna enjoy the result, but or if you're your own boss, if you are gonna enjoy the result. I think anyone can pick up the phone, but they might not have the knowledge that you have, right? Justin is a Diamond member himself, so yeah, since the beginning, when it was live, pretty much. They try to show that they are good traders. Yeah, that's the issue, is the quote unquote, because it doesn't show or prove anything. That's also the reason why I like my trading strategy. Everyone can learn my strat. It's out there. But I will not share portfolio sizes, P&Ls, all that stuff. People know based on the statistics of my strat, trading my strat, everyone in Diamond will know what kind of size I could be trading with just based on all these statistics. So, yeah, I'm not really. I've never shared a screenshot like that myself. But it's also, I guess, I'm a more private person with money and those type of things. It's not a clickbait channel, you know. I hear pianos. Nobody wants to see your pianos. I like the piano as an instrument. Oh, the Discord link is in the description. It's below the video. I guess yes, it is happiness, and you of course people like to share the happiness, and but it it doesn't add value to someone else's life. It's more about, look guys, I did something good. But nonetheless, you should be proud on your trade, Abdul. That is what's most important. Focus on yourself. You should be proud, and you should learn what you did right and how you can copy this into the future. Was it the right strategy? Certain elements that cause you to enter, the psychology, was your psychology on point? Was your stop loss better than before? Track some statistics about the setup, and yeah, that's what's gonna help you out in the long run. Did you publish the Elliott Wave educational video? Discord only content. There's an old one. Oh, that was the old one. Is a like a live stream when I was in another channel. It's not too educational really, because I was experienced, but not as what I am today. A whole Elliott Wave course is in gold, of course, and yeah, that's pretty much it, I suppose. Y is important, X and W as well. Yes, I mean in the end WXY makes the pattern. Yes, W zigzag flat, Y zigzag flat, or a triangle. X can be anything pretty much. Got maybe a nice count posted for the lower time frame. Wait, question? Is that allowed for an ABC? Only if this is a running flat, which is a rare. So the most common flat pattern is expanding flats. Then you have the regular flats, and then come the running flats. This would be a running flat, because you take the low of A, but you don't. But you don't take the high of A with wave C, which is a more rare structure. Yeah, this would be a more rare structure in this case. You could put your 4 to the high of A, and your 5 is already in, of course. Or I would put 3 at B, keep 4 where it is, count a zigzag in 4, and then look for a 5 down. I would try to avoid the running flat because of the probabilities of a running flat. So I would play around with the other scenarios. So I would put 3 here, 4 here, and then a 5 down, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is in, and you move up pretty much like in the scenarios that you put in the chat. Yeah. Bitcoin BTC, that's correct, G-Boy. Bitcoin BTC. Well, it's 2 p.m. I think I'm gonna head for lunch. Now, if price is gonna do anything crazy, I'll be online later again. Still have to make my whole planning for this week, which includes reading books. Love reading books, but also work instead of reading books. So I think I'm gonna end it here, everyone. And yeah, you know what to look for locally. Have you ever been to Curacao? Not yet. And I say yet because we do have a list. Like my fiance and I love to travel. Curacao is on that list. Yeah, but we don't really have a time. Heiko, never thought about creating an international trading school, kind of bootcamp probably at a sunny location. Your content skills are continuously improving. Thanks, MX Nick. What's up, Nick? MX Nick, at least. Here online, MX Nick. An international trading school. I don't know. Does that already exist? Not that it doesn't have to exist for me to do it as well. Of course, my focus will be very different, probably Elliott Wave related, you know, trading strategy related. I guess, by the way, for everyone here, you may not know, but this year I will focus more on YouTube than I did last year. Last year I was still working as well on a startup business, but I quit that now permanently, focusing on just YouTube. I enjoy it a lot more. So, you know, and also my feelings were directed towards content, YouTube, community. And MX Nick, I do have an idea of what I would like to do in a later stage. So yeah, some volume coming in now, I think, as well. We might look, this is what happens. I say, oh, we might end it. A little bit of volume in the previous candle. We might take 41k here, and that would be positive, no? Holding as support. Market structure change here locally. Still got the bear CVD, but we're very close to taking that. This is pretty much just range trading. Range above, range below, but we're still in the golden pocket. We still have the bearish CVD as well. So you definitely want to see this high taken. It's about this little one here, 41k. Which it might do. Let's have a call about that soon. Yeah, we will. We will. Little catch up. Pleasure, Mr. Moo. I think I'm going on gold to see how hard it is and make a plan for learning. Yeah, so the course content is not too much. Of course, the videos, you can cut it in pieces. I mean, not too much. Of course, it's a couple of hours. I don't know, like 10, 15 videos, 1 hour plus each. 1 hour, 1.5 maybe. But it especially should be doable in a month. And it's always good to start something with a structure. Like, hey, I know I have this much time before I'm jumping in and spending the $25 it is. I want to know if I have time, because most members can do it can easily follow the course in a month, and then they go silver, diamond, or they quit, of course, yeah, or bronze. So yeah, and if you have any questions, Brownbug, make sure to just DM me or write me somewhere. Happy to answer your questions, no worries. Pleasure, Mark. Yeah, it's a beautiful day. Hey? Yesterday I went for a run. Just an easy 5Ks, nothing special. It wasn't too fresh actually yesterday, even though it was cloudy, a bit rainy, but today is an amazing day. Might go for a run again. These live streams are so helpful as you get to see the techniques being used in real time. Yeah, it's like Elliott Waves in real time as well. And of course, we spoke about the different scenarios. but especially locally, this is what matters. And now we can see some volume increasing, a support resistance flip of the low here, back inside the range. It looks solid. And it's all probabilities. So we continue to observe. But it's good to see a bit of volume coming in. So little increase, little dip. Do want volume to follow, but we need to take 41k. Ah, there we go. 6.6, or the 618 is now touched. Not too shabby. Because this is still a very shallow retracement, by the way, to the 382, you could have a wave 1, 2, 3. So we shouldn't forget about the flat. But that very much depends on the reaction here and the volume. In the end, trading should always have a thought behind it, risk management plan, know where to put your stop losses and your invalidation. If we are looking for a wave C to the upside here, then your invalidation is below this low pretty much. Come on, take 41. Hey, taken. Positive. Yeah, Adira's probabilities are higher that any move coming off the 886 is a wave C or a wave Y. In this scenario, we would then look at a wave C to then later take the double bottom. Yeah, correct. So we now took 41k. So I didn't. Oh, 1 second. The bell goes. My fiance keeps ordering stuff, eh? Who's opening the door all the time? Yeah, you know who's ordering the door all the time, huh? No, I was writing in silver. Because of course I'm live here, but not all the silver members are here. So it's important for them to know. finished. Water bottle. So that's why the volume increases. Yeah. I mean, New York opens in about an hour and 20 minutes. Morning from Tijuana, Mexico. Thanks for your time. A pleasure, Moises. Guerrero. How you doing? Looks promising. Yeah, now we're back inside the range. Took the bearish invalidation high, or the bearish divergence high as well. So some volume coming in now, right, as well. Price moving up, some volume coming in. That's what we like to see. 41K high taken. Okay, so we do have an important level here, 41.5, and then we have the weekly point of, oh, that's 42.6, never mind. We back going high. Yes, yeah, we invalidated the bearish divs, moved above the golden pocket, retest of the white box, you know, likely moving to the other side of the range now, at least. And then we have the point of control of this range still to deal with, but there's a potential wave C here. Yeah, the common target for a wave C is between the 1 and the 1.236, with the 1.618 arguably also still being a common target. So you would take it from the low to the high to the low. 42.2, 42.7, 43.4. If you're looking for a wave C, and if price actually gives a wave C, of course. You know what's interesting? I think for the ones that were here, right? 2 minutes before the push, I'm like, yeah, didn't have lunch yet. I'm live for 3 hours and 20 minutes or more. Wait, maybe even more. No, 3 hours and 20 minutes. So yeah, we might just call it, and then we get a little bit of a move, which is good to see. Not sure if we're out of the local zigzag danger. No, we didn't yet hit the 1-to-1 there. We did move above the 1.618, so a flat is unlikely for an ABC because the candle closed above the 1.618 for an AB, right? It's high for a B, less common. So then either we're looking for an ABC zigzag or an impulse to the upside and in wave C, right? Zigzag bearish, wave C bullish. Let me zoom in. What is important here is that we don't want the 618 hit. Preferably. As the highest volume of this move is, holy moly, magnet, is in this latest candle to the upside. Therefore, arguably, all the moves before are either 1-2s or this is your 1-2. And then your highest volume, of course, most commonly is in a wave 3, which would be this candle. So preferably, this is your 3. You look for at least some 4 or 5s to reach the higher end, or just have a wave 3 continuation, no? Because then you're going to be looking for 1-2, 1-2, and then you look for a bigger 3. So the first 618 that is relevant is this one, taken from the low to the high. If you want to be more safe, because Whoa, sorry for that one. Excuse me. Wow. Because then you're looking for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. So preferably you don't really see it hit. Unless you're looking for another 1, 2, but wave 4 is actually not allowed to hit the 618, right? Being more safe, one can take it from this low here. 40.8. From the low, depends a little bit what high we take. Here we didn't hit the 1-to-1. Here we did, but 1, 2, 3, 1 candle 4, 2 candle 2. Preferably wave 4 is bigger, so I would prefer this pivot here. So, yeah. Welcome back, everyone. Koen's live is the best indicator. No financial advice. You press the buttons, and you do the risk management and trade and all the good stuff. Target has been shown. Shows a peak in Diamond Discord. What do you mean with a peak, Mr. Brownbuck? What do you mean with a peak? Every YouTuber out there will scream 100K. Let's first see if we get some continuation here as well. Of course. Yeah, what's up, Moonboot Boy? Do you work with trailing stops? No. I have a set stop loss, which is a set invalidation. I have a set TP, which I do not move and touch. And I always have a level where I put my stop loss break even. And I put an alarm at that level for stop loss break even, so I know. And I also put an alarm just above my stop loss. And if my stop loss moves to break even, then I also put an alarm at my take profit, and I put an alarm at my stop loss at break even. And I give these titles as well. So I give a title to the alarm so that I know, oh, the alarm goes off, it goes to my phone wherever I am, you know, not behind the PC or whatnot. So that I know what's going on, even though I don't have to look at the chart. So I can be out and about. I don't have to manage my trade until an alarm goes off. Because I wanted to develop a personal trading strategy, which also gives me the freedom to do stuff off the chart. So I'm not a trader to only sit behind the chart. I like the chart and I don't mind sitting behind the chart, but I also want to have that freedom to get out and about, do other stuff, and then I just set my alarms. And also when there is a setup, or wait, if there's no setup, then I put alarms on the chart with certain titles where, again, like, hey, if it goes off, it will take a couple of hours or 15 minutes or half an hour or before we might see something. So then I have an idea of time, like, oh, I'm walking around in Disneyland, my alarm goes off, it says 4 hours. I'm like, okay, for the upcoming 4 hours, I don't have to look the chart because there won't be any setup in the upcoming 4 hours anyway. So I tend to play with time just to make my life a bit more comfortable. What is there? I see. No, then it was finished. I forgot. Lol. So this is there, I suppose. No. That's the FAQ. So those are the channels, and it explains what's there. Do you word sneak peek? That sounds solid. What's up, Yanto? How you doing? Good afternoon. Good afternoon. What a beautiful day. Go grab some lunch. Bitcoin won't move when you're gone. Surely. Yeah. Brown Sliper, what's up? Yeah, so 2 minutes before we had this little move, I was like, yeah, I need to get some lunch. Now, you kind of know what we look for. We're back in the range. And of course, we want to see continuation if we think about a wave C. You definitely want to see a bigger move up, no? Invalidation is pretty clear. We got the 886 bounce, so probabilities generally are higher that the move up is part of a corrective structure, if you continue to the upside, that is. So Bitcoin tends to move when I sleep. Haven't slept since 2017. Exactly. What is sleep? We can't yet forget a potential ABC as mentioned, right? Keep in mind the 0.618. Interesting day so far though. The highest volume is still in the high, right? You don't like to see the highest volume in the high. So for an impulse, you're still looking for a 4 and then a 5. So preferably, in other words, you like to see the upper white box hit first before the lower one. Let's stick around on the 15 minutes. Ah, yeah. It's now rejecting at the same area we had here, a red candle as well. Exactly the same place now. Same place as the earlier order block here. Hello. Volume profile, loading. Two red candles, CVD moving up. So there's a little bit of absorption that was going on in these two candles here. That of course now played out. Bearish in candle CVDs. So as price now took the low of these candles here. Why is my volume profile not loading? Hello? There we go. Do we have any news actually this week? Anything that I should know? No. At least not on the website that I follow. Yeah, the lows is definitely an area of interest. Hit the 886. So where is my 886? put it back on. Your last third ring. What ring is it, Liquid Mafia? Is that did you share it in Discord by any chance? Is that like a bullish or bearish ring? 5 min overbought, trying to consolidate in the lower time frame. Will probably still go up at the higher time frame. Yeah. Oh, bearish. Ooh, which time frame, Mafia? Because that would be very interesting if this week, somewhere later, it's just Monday, if somewhere later we can take the double bottom that we now left behind. Potential is there for an ABC to then move down, take the double bottom in a flat structure and then move up, or get the diagonal in a wave 5. The 886 here, Barry, gives you a higher probability that any move to the upside is a wave C or a wave Y. So the 886 is a common target for a wave B and a wave X. So if price moves off the 886 and takes the highs, probabilities are higher this move up is then a wave C or a wave Y, which therefore increases the probabilities that the structure is corrective, which increases probabilities to at a later stage come down and take the lows. So generally, the fact that price hit the 886 here increases the probabilities these lows will be taken. $42,600 is potential upside. Yes, that is also the target area for a wave C. Would still be bearish. Yeah, we could have a 4 here finishing 5 down, or a wave A, B in a flat if you then take the lows. Yes, correct. So that could be a nice confluence with your circles there. The one above at 4-1. Oh wait, 4-1-1. Oh, here. Oh wait, you mean this one? 41277 to I see. This one is not relevant to me from an Elliott Wave point of view. Reason being that the 886, of course, should not be pulled from every high, but should be pulled from a low or a high that starts a potential new move from an Elliott Wave point of view. So in this scenario, we are looking for the potential of an ABC, and that is, and that's something you never know, right? You could have a 1, 2, and then a 3. But the moment the 886 is touched, when we look for a fresh new scenario coming in, that is when you think about the probabilities of the 886. So we can't use the 886 at every high, pretty much. You want to use it at a clear high or a clear low. So you could pull it from here to here and then observe if the 886 gets touched. That is relevant. I'm not sure if over here on some other charts, this was an 886 touch on a few other charts, not on mine, it just missed out. It does increase probabilities that any move up is corrective and come back down later. So far though, it's still at resistance. So. Typing, 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 typing. Probability to take the 86 lows possible even before corrective move to at least. Yes. Yeah, that's still on the cards. Yeah, but it's, you know, with the move up, it definitely becomes more complex now. So if you would take these lows here before taking the high, this has to be a 3-wave structure or a wave C. We kind of spoke about this at the beginning of the stream as well, where you would then like an ABC is still an option. But in most of the scenarios, even if you take the low, and I don't care if you take the low first or not, but from an Elliott Wave point of view, the probabilities are higher to eventually take this high here. Why is my box so long? Either in a wave C or you first move down, that's no problem. Both are fine for me. So what would be in favor of that is that this range is about 20 times longer than your A on this chart. So if I remove this scenario and I go to the, like this one, for example, here, where we have A, this is then your B, and you look for a C up. Your B is 20 times longer than your wave A, which is very long. Even for a wave B, that's a proper long B. So but this, just in general now, because the 886 is touched, general probabilities in whatever price is going to do are higher to take these lows at a given moment. I don't care about if it goes up first, but the probabilities are higher after the 886. Any move up is a C or Y, so increasing the probabilities to take the lows, which could be after, like, in a flat structure, or yeah, potentially you look in a W, X, Y, as explained earlier, double zigzag, so you go to higher levels, but then the probabilities remain higher that later you come back down. If not now, then higher probability you're going to take the lows at a later stage. Now, if we are looking for a wave C to the upside, we of course want to see continuation. Usually a wave C is pretty quick. And seeing price here having a little bearish CVD as explained, right? We don't like that, of course. So 1, 2, 3, 4. This can definitely be counted. This is very low time frame, so I prefer to stick on the 15 minutes or higher. But just zooming in, arguably there's a 5 waver here. But that can still be a corrective zigzag, so that is why you know, you want to be safe. Probably also a reason why I don't really generally go to the lower time frames, as a lot happens. So I prefer to stick around on the 15, but probability wise, it's the 886 is now what matters the most here. Pleasure, Dusty Hunt. Barry, pleasure. What's up later in the past? How are you doing? Liquid Mafia posted in Discord. Bitcoin? Oh. Nice one, Steve. This is the chart of Liquid Mafia. This is his final ring. It would be bearish if you don't move up to 42.6. Yeah. And then we have Stuba. I would count wave 2 probably as an A, B, C. W, X, Y, X, Z is very rare, but you have the potential here. Zigzag W, X, zigzag Y, X, W, X, Y in 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it has potential, has potential. X is then a flat in this case. W, X, and then a wave Y, so... It's just now what matters is the 886. So also, if I post an update tonight and we haven't yet taken the low, the 886 will take the central stage in that video tonight. Because of the probabilities. What's up, Name? How you doing, man? Welcome. Oh, would you look at this? If you zoom out far enough, not with that high, but you do have, let me take a screenshot here. Sometimes it's just good to zoom out as well. No? The local CVDs are always important, but we do have this is the bearish one. Of course, you also have the bullish one here, right? But you definitely have the bigger bearish one as well. Now, locally, it's now neutral. But that is definitely one that we have to think of. So this move up for me would be a bit too high for a wave B. Above the 1.618 Fibonacci taken from the high to the low. So there's the potential here for also a zigzag or a double 1-2. That's the question. Just checking the Telegram general chat here as well. They are talking about RSI. First of all, RH Max, thanks for the $5. I appreciate your support. I'm not sure if you did it once before, actually, but can Pulse stay green in crypto if crypto broadly goes sideways until the halving? Well, so I don't, and I for everyone also here, right? I generally focus on Bitcoin, and if you want me to do altcoins, No worries about paying, because it won't increase the chances of me analyzing altcoin Elliott Wave stuff. Doing a proper Elliott Wave count takes a very long time. And of course, it's not the theme, so it's not pay to see, pretty much. However, I can always answer any questions, right? So regarding alts in general, I suppose, if crypto goes sideways, then alts, which will include Pulse Chain, can definitely stay green. I don't know exactly, so I'm not very sure about how or when alt season would be, but usually it is when Bitcoin is ranging. So if Bitcoin starts ranging, alts can definitely continue green and see a bit of a move. However, of course, if Bitcoin drops today, probabilities are that alts might follow, no? So it's a red day. And it also looks like an ABC here, so that is why we are very mindful. We now hit the 618 locally, right? So that lowers the probabilities of a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because we now hit the 0.618. You're not allowed to hit this move or this level. So for a bullish scenario, you now have a double 1, 2, or you got to look at diagonals with the overlap. However, what is typical for wave C's is that the highest amount of volume is now in the high. That's not really what you like to see. It's not ideal. Also, in the 3-minute looks a bit better, the candle. So the fact that price moved down here and hit the 0.618 invalidates a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A, B, C, well, wave B is very, very high. So taken from the high to the low, wave B target. You can see that the 1.618 has been passed, right? So the bullish scenario here, preferably, is staying above that low for a double 1, 2. Preferably in a second wave 1, you don't have the highest volume in the high, but with an extended fifth that can be possible. So CVD is not showing any bullish CVD divergences. We only had a little bit of bearish ones there, but these have already played out. What an interesting day. A proper day. Pleasure, RH Max. Are you not hungry? Leave the charts. Yeah, I know. What's up? Good morning. Maybe a band-aid. Yeah. I mean, I had a solid big breakfast. That's something, but online for almost 4 hours. Yeah, it's time to move soon. Absolutely. Big days this week. Thursday the 25th. Friday the 26th. I see. Interesting. Might pump up some volatility as well. Increase the volatility. SPX at all-time high. Yeah, I think it is indeed that time. Eat, sleep, trade, repeat. Koens doesn't need the first two. Trade, repeat. Pleasure, Vitalian. Pleasure. So, thanks for popping in. A little bit of support here. So I think I'm gonna have lunch indeed. Do some other stuff today as well. It's definitely a more calm day. I'm gonna do some administration, which I still have to do. It is Q1, or I should say differently. It's January, so I have to do my Q4 administration and send it to the accountant. So I'll probably have some lunch, do my administration. Of course, I keep Discord open in case there are questions, and do some reading probably as well, as I want to finish this book before the end of the month. I'm at like 50%. 228 out of like 400 something. So it's a business book, by the way. MJ DeMarco is my favorite author. I love his books. Super straightforward. That's what I like as well. Probably because I'm Dutch. Brain is starting to get antsy on my short a bit, but still holding her. Have a plan, have a plan. From 48.6. Jeez. Yo, Bogdan. Yeah, you've also seen the forum for a bit. So you finished the fast lane. Are you going to get unscripted? You will see that between the books, there is definitely overlap between the books, but it's delivered in different ways with new information and stuff as well. And yeah, The Millionaire Fast Lane was the first one I read, and then unscripted, and then this one. So I read unscripted for the second time in December. And then I got this one. Like what? At the end of last year, early this year? Nah, early this year, 100%. Else I would have been further in the book, so. Okay, you're doing good. Yeah. Are you active on the forum or not at all, Bogdan? I think he's working on a new book as well. So these are, by the way, these are business related books. But it's not the traditional business book, which is nice. / wave moonboot boy. Yeah, we need Nightbot for that, no? Have some comments. Ah, I see. Just lurking, yeah. Sometimes there's some interesting information there for sure, yeah. What did you think about an extended fifth wave? To you mean the low 30s? Yeah, yeah. It was a scenario I have in my head, but not on the chart because it's not yet a high probability scenario. So I still have it in mind, but it's not yet the high probability scenario. Because your wave 2 only hit the 0.236, which is very rare. So that is this one here, right? 0.236 from the high to the low. It's very rare for a wave 2. So that increases probabilities. This is a 4. Instead of a 2, B, or an X. Food is getting cold. I still have to prep it. Probably gonna be sandwiches. I mean, I had a good breakfast. Yeah, I think I'll be going into the sandwich direction. Good night, Liquid Mafia, man. From my time-based fib analysis up until May this year, there's probability to hit as low as 20-40%. You mean I moved down 20 to 40%? Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely probabilities. Absolutely. Also, when we look for an ABC or a 1, 2, 3 to the downside, where we're looking for A or B to be finished soon or later, or already, and then B up and C or 3 down. Finished Wyckoff 2.0 combined learned the Wyckoff methodology and the objective of falling profile was pretty good. There you go. It's always good to read some books about also TA if you're interested in that specific TA. Absolutely. Thijs bezorgd. Yeah, I prefer to prep my own food. I like I like to cook some stuff. So. But don't mind me, you definitely sometimes see me using Thijs bezorgd. Wyckoff methodology and the objectivity of the volume profile. Yeah. Interesting one. Maybe some people here are gonna Google it. Check it out. Mark Dutch favorite meal is Hutspot. Kapsalons, man. That's my cheat food, eh? Dinner. Yeah. Like since I've been on since I was at high school, and in the break at high school, sometimes we went to this place, 5-minute walk, and I got myself a broodje dinner. Just like a dinner sandwich. Sure, that was good. Going up, boss. We definitely have ABC potential, but because of the 886, any move up has a higher probability of being a C or Y to take the double bottom at a later stage. If we are looking for a C up, then you want this to be a 1, 2, 1, 2. If you take this low here at 40.6, probabilities go down, you're going to have a wave C here. So of course, preferably, you hold this range here for potential double 1, 2, and then you move up. And then, yeah, if you reach the upper side of the range here, probabilities increase to see the C. See the C. Pump incoming, yeah. I mean, it has potential. Definitely want to take this little high now. Might do it soon though. If it moves up, then the first big resistance area is 42,500 to 43k, where the target box here is just around 43k as well, as that is the target area for a C. 45,600 is definitely interesting, but I would expect a range before reaching levels like that. In either a double zigzag, WXY as mentioned at the beginning of the stream, or you first take the lows. So you have an ABC in a flat, take the lows, and then pump to 46, yes. This one? Or that one? In a bullish scenario where you're not going to take this low first, but actually take the high first. But even if price takes the low, then we're still soon looking for price to move towards the upside. Yeah? And take this high, please. What's up, Mateus? Good morning. Well, my stop loss on short 44.3, so prefer not 44k. Yeah. Have some good risk management. In case and if you see any signs against, you can always get out, get back in. But yeah, you have your plan, you have your entry. That's good. So just see what happens. Yeah, will we get 39.6? Probabilities are high that eventually you do see the 39s. Yes, also because of the 886 here. Because at the moment you take these lows, right? 886, high probability. This low is a B or X, or you just continue to the downside. But any move up has a high probability of being C or Y, increasing probabilities to go back down later to take the double bottom, but then you likely take the key level at 40.1, and then you're already in the 39K area here. We're at the VWAP, I see. Used the VWAP in the past, not anymore really. No possible to count 5 waves from 4 to 160. From 4 to no, because then this has to be your wave 1. This is your very long 2, and your wave 1 here is very much a 3-wave structure, not impulsive. So this looks like a corrective move down. This is all very corrective as well. So in an impulse, you want this, of course, to be a wave 1, 2, and then look for a 3 down, which should be very impulsive, but there's definitely a break on the impulsivity because we move back up, at least locally here, instead of seeing a big impulsive structure. So that's the reason why because of the move here down, especially the beginning, the probabilities are higher to still take this high, preferably sooner or later, before continuing to much lower levels. I don't want to say take the low because you can still do this in a flat structure, but yeah. It's just that now the 886 is leading here. If you would ask me, I would prefer price to just move up and take this high first before the low. But yeah, well, we don't control price. We can only trade probabilities. So we're back in the range here, rejected at this SR area, has been important. This looks corrective, increasing the probabilities this whole thing to the downside is corrective, which increases probabilities that sooner or later we see price above the high here. So okay, last ring chart, macro. In 4 out of the 6 times, we never saw those prices again. When you cross the green line, you work out the math. Yeah. And you also have the blue one here, by the way. Interesting. Super Psycho coming in hot with the charts all the time. Not really going into the alts at the moment, because of Bitcoin as well, and also because I have to eat at a certain moment. So I think I'm gonna call it, and then whatever happens, we see. Got some alarms, so put another alarm down here. Because oh boy, New York opens in 30 minutes. If anything happens, I'll be online again, but I really need to eat something. When is wave 2 the bottom? Wave 2 between the 0.5 and the 786 Fibonacci of 1. 45,600, then dump. Yeah, 45,600 to 47. That area is important for, like, that's big resistance. Yes. Moonboot boy, thank God I was just about to super chat you to order a takeaway kebab. Well, there you go. Gifting my favorite cheat food. I love kebab, man. Will we get 39,600 before the pump? If we are in a wave C to the upside, you want to see continuation. So on the lower time frame here, this rejection is not too great. You can have a double 1-2. That is still on the cards. 1-2, 1-2, and then continuation up in a 3. Your highest volume is in the high, so usually a bit wave C-ish. Preferably you don't take this low. A, B, C, flat. Well, this wave B is quite high, higher than the 1.618. So yeah, as long as you kind of stay above this low, that's at least a positivity, and you're just in this range. And yeah, we have big bearish CVD divergences still here. We also have the bullish one here. It's and this move down is very much a corrective structure. Very difficult to end the correction here or here, as explained at the beginning. So probabilities are higher that we will see prices above this high, but I really don't care if it first takes the low or not. It's also difficult to say, because if this is your wave B is 20 times longer than wave A. So that's a very long B. It's possible. It's a very long B. And you could still have your ABC here, but we want to, of course, see continuation, no? So preferably keep the market structure up. Higher low, higher high. And because of the corrective structure here, I would just prefer to take the high first before the low. Like, because probabilities are higher, everything here is corrective because of this move and what happened after. It's difficult to count this impulsive, no? 1, 2, and then a 3. You have a 3-wave structure here. Your wave 2 is super long, but it doesn't mean you can't take the low because of a potential B and a flat. A, B, C. So, yeah. Yeah, and at the beginning, nothing changed to the analysis earlier today in the beginning. But if we're in a C, you want to see continuation, no? So, yeah. Dow is back. Guys, cryptos have spread like Forex. I don't know, actually. I've never traded Forex. I don't know what the spread is on Forex. So, yeah. Okay. I gotta. Else Moonboot Boy is gonna be angry. Hungry. I gotta go. I gotta have lunch, everyone. Else I love live streaming. Else I'm just gonna stick around and not eat at all, because I enjoy chatting with you a lot. So yeah, I gotta move, else I'm gonna have a problem. We don't want that problem. You can do analysis at the end and the beginning of the stream. Yeah, but the analysis at the beginning hasn't changed. So you know, might be an idea though at a later stage. Of course, the analysis at the beginning was like 30 minutes, going from the high time frame to the lower time frames. Just now here at the end, of course, we spoke about what to look for locally, preferably, right, with a wave C and the market structure and the range, the 886 touch, which is leading at the moment here as well. So yeah, there's definitely... Oh, come on, chart. Don't make my life difficult now. I want to eat. So (3). Okay. If anything happens later, I'll just be live again, chatting with you all. So yeah, nothing really happened compared to the beginning, especially in the higher time frames. And locally, we just now we spoke about what to look for locally as well. So let's see what's up. I'm gonna have some lunch, and yeah, it will move when you move. That's perfectly fine. I first nicely have my lunch, and then if we are moving, I come back later. So else, yeah, I'm not gonna survive today with you all. That being said, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you all being here. All 2,444 of you throughout this stream. Probably YouTube checks the same people that come in and out at times, so it's probably less. But the 150 of you that are still here, thanks for being here. And yeah, let's see what price is going to give us. If crazy stuff happens, I'll just pump up or put the live stream back on. And if not, I do definitely have other stuff to do. So we'll see, right? I think that's the best answer after another 4 hour and 15-minute live stream. Jeez. So have a good day, have a good afternoon, trade safe, right? And yeah, I'm gonna catch you later.